Chapter 652. As Chu Li's mind stirred, the heavenly demonic orb appeared in a flash and swallowed the silver needle. Zhuge Feng was surprised to see Chu Li looking at him calmly. He laughed coldly. "Good, you've grown. Take another punch from me." "Moo!" He punched again. This time, the bull's cry was even louder. It was as if a majestic black bull was standing in front of them. Its horns were ferocious, and its aura was enormous. Then, it rushed over with its horns, and its ferocious aura was so strong that it made people want to run away. Chu Li sneered and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The sword on his waist turned into a cold light. It was so fast that it was unimaginably fast. The tip of the sword was already in front of Zhuge Feng's throat. Zhuge Feng frowned and his eyes widened. He punched again as he retreated. Ding! The sword's body suddenly trembled, and a clear ringing sound could be heard. The tip of the sword was still at his throat. Only the vibrating sound of the sword indicated that it had just broken through the force of the punch, and it was a very powerful punch. Zhuge Feng was shocked. He did not expect his punch to be broken through by the sword. When did he learn such a profound sword technique? Even he could not compare to him. He lowered his body again and kicked with both legs. Ding! The sword hit the tip of his foot and vibrated again. Half of his body went numb. A strange inner energy came from the sword and entered his abdomen from the tip of his foot. Layers of inner energy were all swallowed up by it and grew stronger. The tip of the sword was still at his throat. Chu Li stared into his eyes and said coldly, "You have already died 3 times." Zhuge Feng could feel the murderous intent in his cold eyes. He gave up struggling and sneered. "What heart technique is this?" Chu Li's sword hit his shoulder. The strange inner energy that had grown stronger immediately went out of his shoulder and disappeared. He said coldly, "You don't need to know. Who did you learn the sword technique from? What master did you have?" Zhuge Feng asked coldly. "I got a secret manual and practiced according to it." Chu Li sheathed his sword and answered lazily. "Impossible." Zhuge Feng snorted. If one practiced according to the manual, there was a limit to how strong they could be. They could not be as strong as him. Chu Li laughed and looked at him in disdain. "I don't have the time to lie to you." Everyone looked at them in shock. They knew that the young lord's martial arts were extremely high and that his swordsmanship was outstanding, but they knew even more about the hill chieftain's martial arts. The hill chieftain had gone into closed-door training, so when she came out, her martial arts would definitely improve greatly. Therefore, they assumed that no matter how high the young lord's martial arts were, he was still inferior to the mountain chieftain. Never in a million years would he have thought that the young lord's swordsmanship would be so marvelous that the mountain chieftain couldn't even block a single strike. Zhuge Feng's face darkened. He took a deep breath and said, "What secret manual?" "The secret manual has been destroyed. I'm the only one who has read it. Xiao Sen hasn't seen it either," Chu Li said lazily. "So don't even think about it." Zhuge Feng scoffed. "Our crouching Bull Mountain's martial arts are top-notch. Why do we need to be jealous of other secret manuals? I'm just worried that you'll learn those evil martial arts that allow you to progress quickly, but cause endless trouble in the future." Chu Li said, "It was an evil martial art, so I made some mistakes, but it's all in the past now. I've returned to normal, and I've mastered my martial art." "What martial arts do you practice?" Zhuge Feng asked. Chu Li said, "I don't have a name. It's the nameless sword technique." "Nameless sword technique?" Zhuge Feng knew that he didn't want to answer, so he got even angrier. He said coldly, "Looks like you don't trust your father." Chu Li said, "Yes, I don't trust you." "What kind of father are you?" "Bastard. Do you think that just because you're strong, you can do whatever you want? You don't even want to acknowledge your father anymore?" Zhuge Feng scoffed. Chu Li said, "You don't deserve to be a father, and I don't have a father like you. Goodbye, I won't see you out." He turned around and walked towards the entrance of the courtyard. Zhuge Feng was indeed greedy for the secret manual. Any martial artist would be tempted by this kind of secret manual, but he would never give it to Zhuge Feng. "Come back here." Zhuge Feng reached out to grab him. Chu Li took a step to the side and dodged. He didn't even look at Zhuge Feng and walked lazily to the entrance of the courtyard. He pushed the door open and was about to enter. "Moo!" Zhuge Feng roared as he charged towards Chu Li and punched him in the back. Tisk! Chu Li turned his head and pulled out his sword. A cold light shone from his waist, and the tip of the sword pierced through the crouching bull punch. Moo! Zhuge Feng didn't dodge. He punched again with an even stronger force. Chu Li's sword pierced through the crouching bull punch without any resistance and pierced his shoulder. Hill Master! Everyone screamed. They stared at Chu Li in shock. They couldn't believe that he actually dared to hurt the Hill Master. Chu Li pulled out his sword and shook it lightly. Fresh blood dripped from the tip of the sword. He sheathed his sword and looked at Zhuge Feng coldly. If you don't know what's good for you, this sword won't be piercing your shoulder. It'll be piercing your throat. Bastard! Zhuge Feng stared at him with a dark face and spat out these two words slowly. Chu Li laughed coldly. Whether I'm a bastard or a bastard, you don't have to worry about it. As a father, when have you ever cared about me? He then entered the courtyard and closed the door. Xiaosan looked at the courtyard helplessly and then at Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng held his shoulder. His face was dark. Everyone was silent and didn't say a word. Everyone was shocked. They didn't think that Zhuge Feng would dare to hurt the Hill Master. What was worse was that the Hill Master couldn't even block the young master's sword. Sigh. It seems like the young master's problem is hard to solve. Murong Chun shook his head and sighed. Hill Master, the young master's resentment is very deep. This bastard is lawless. Zhuge Feng gritted his teeth and scoffed. Murong Chun said, the young master's sword is accurate. He doesn't really want to kill the Hill Master. However, I didn't expect the young master's swordsmanship to be so powerful. It seems like the next Hill Master has to be handed over to the young master. He can't be the Hill Master. As long as I am alive, he can't be the Hill Master. Zhuge Feng laughed coldly. Hill Master, Murong Chun quickly said. Now, only the young master is suitable. Who else can take on such a big responsibility? Little Liang can't do it. Little Zhou and Little Chu are lacking. In the end, it's still the young master. Don't bring this up again. I will never agree to it. Let's go. Zhuge Feng let go of his hand and said coldly. Hill Master, Murong Chun quickly said. Zhuge Feng waved his hand and turned around to leave. Murong Chun looked at Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian shook his head. It was almost impossible to convince the Hill Master now that the father and son were at this stage. Fortunately, the Hill Master was not old, and they had plenty of time. Everyone followed him. Xiaosan stayed behind and thought for a while. He still followed them to find out more information. The young master's sword had caused a huge disaster. Murong Liang, Zhou Heng, and Chu Daji also left. Murong Liang had a smile on his face, but Zhou Heng and Chu Daji were silent. Murong Liang was immersed in his excitement, so he ignored them and returned to his courtyard. Zhou Heng and Chu Daji sighed. They felt that the young master's future was unpredictable. Murong Liang was ruthless and wanted to cut off the young master's roots. Chu Li lay lazily on the chair, leisurely and at ease. Xiaosan suddenly ran back with a pale face. Young master, something bad has happened. The Hill Master wants to expel you from his sect. Chu Li was stunned and looked up at him. He wants to expel me. Chapter 653. Xiaosan was startled and shook his head. The Hill Master said that you have committed many evil deeds, and as a disciple of Crouching Bull Mountain, you deserve to die. However, since you are of a different status, he will spare your life. However, you'll have to leave Crouching Bull Mountain to fend for yourself. Chu Li scoffed. If I hand over the secret manual, will he still chase me out? This? Xiaosan thought for a while and shook his head. The Hill Master did not mention anything about the secret manual. He only said that he wants to chase you out of Crouching Bull Mountain. All right, let's kick him out then. Chu Li did not care. That saves me a lot of trouble. I was just thinking of leaving the mountain to experience the prosperity of the world. Young master, are you going to abandon Madam's foundation? Xiaosan asked. It's just Crouching Bull Mountain. It's not one of the 4 major sections. Don't take it too seriously. Chu Li waved his hand. Young master, Crouching Bull Mountain has thousands of years of heritage. As long as you take over as the Hill Master and work hard, You'll be able to bring glory to Crouching Bull Mountain with your extraordinary martial arts. You will be able to stand on the same level as the Tempest Temple and the other 3 major sects. Xiao San's face darkened. Chu Li chuckled. Xiao San, you're really ambitious. This is Madam's ambition. Xiao San was emotional. Madam is a woman. Unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of her beauty and did not let her live. Otherwise, Crouching Bull Mountain would not be what it is today. It would be on par with the 4 major sects. Stop dreaming, Chu Li said. No matter how capable my mother is, she would not be able to reach the level of the 4 major sections. They have thousands of years of heritage. Since this place does not want me around, I will leave. You can stay. Young master, who will serve you if I stay? Xiao San asked. I'm not that fragile. I will not starve if no one serves me. Help me pack up. I will leave immediately. It will not look good if someone chases me out later. Chu Li waved his hand. I will plead with the hill master. For Madam's sake, he will not treat young master like this. Xiao San said. Chu Li snickered. You're really naive. If he cared about that, would he have done something like this? You should be careful after I leave. He's after the secret manual. Young master, I'll go with you, Xiao San quickly said. Chu Li waved his hand. There's no need for that. Stay here and gather information. I'll be back once every half a month. Xiao San was overjoyed. Young lord, you still care about Crouching Bull Mountain. Chu Li said, if he wants to expel me from the mountain, should I just obediently let him go? I'm just taking the opportunity to go out for a spin. When that old fart is about to die, I'll come back and take back my foundation. Xiao San hurriedly said, the hill master is in a fit of anger and will regret it in a few days. I will take the opportunity to persuade him. Don't try to persuade them. Muron-chun and the others will do it. Chu Li waved his hand and said, just stay here obediently and don't make any mistakes. If they catch you, they will use the opportunity to interrogate you about the secret manual. Yes. Xiao San's expression turned serious. Pack up. Chu Li waved his hand. Xiao San hurriedly went to tidy up. Zhuge Feng, Muron-chun, Xia Lian, and the other elders arrived at Chu Li's courtyard. They pushed the door open and saw Xiao San tidying up the courtyard. Hill master. Xiao San quickly came over and bowed respectfully. He was very careful so that no one would be able to use him against him. Zhuge Feng said coldly, where's that bastard? The young lord has already left the mountain. Xiao San replied respectfully. Left the mountain? Zhuge Feng scoffed. The young lord heard that he was about to be expelled from Crouching Bull Mountain, so he left first. He said that there was no need for you to send him off. Xiao San said carefully. Bang! Zhuge Feng slammed his palm on the stone table. A clear palm print was imprinted on the table. It was about an inch deep and had a neat edge. Everyone sighed. The father and son were fighting each other head-on. Their conflict had escalated to this point in less than half a day. Xiao San was shocked and quickly lowered his head. What else does that bastard have to say? Zhuge Feng said coldly. Xiao San said carefully, the young lord said that it's better for you to give up on the secret manual. It's an evil technique that causes people to lose their minds and do evil things. The young lord has already destroyed it and will not pass it on to anyone else. Zhuge Feng's expression changed. Muron-chun and the rest's expressions changed as well. They lowered their heads so that no one could see the change in their expressions. Chu Li's words were like a slap to their faces. Everyone felt their faces burning. The young lord was indeed smart to be able to see through people's intentions. Xiao San said, the young lord also said that he doesn't care about being the leader of Crouching Bull Mountain. Even if he was asked, he wouldn't agree. Good, this bastard has some self-awareness. Zhuge Feng laughed coldly. Xiao San remained silent. Let's go back. Zhuge Feng turned around and walked back. Muron-chun looked at Xiao San. Xiao San showed a helpless expression, indicating that he did not manage to persuade the young lord. As the sun set, the snow lunar pavilion looked like a huge piece of red silk. The lake water swayed gently, as if the silk was shaking. In a gazebo on the lake, Shunning Hu was dressed in green. Her skin was as white as snow, and her face was as beautiful as a painting. Her white left hand supported her chin as she stared at the lake. She seemed to have lost focus, as if she was daydreaming. Her eyebrows were covered with a thin layer of worry. She suddenly turned her head to the left and saw Chu Li in a white robe, standing there quietly. Shen Hu glanced at him and supported her chin again to look at the lake. Chu Li sat down in front of her and smelled her fragrance. He asked Senior Shun, if the third lady completes her cultivation and becomes an enlightened master, what will happen? She will ascend to the Grand Master's boundary. You don't know? Shen Hu said. She will leave this world. Chu Li scoffed. Shen Hu nodded. Of course. Chu Li said. I didn't know before. Now you know. Shen Hu put down her left arm and stood up. She stared at him with interest. What? You changed your mind? Yes, I changed my mind. Chu Li said. You can't bear to? Shen Hu asked. Chu Li said, I thought that even if she becomes an enlightened master and has no feelings for me, I would be able to accept it. As long as she lives well and sees her often, I would be satisfied. What about now? Shen Hu smiled. Chu Li said, I can't believe she wants to leave. This enlightened master is fine. It's not up to you. Shen Hu shook her head. Her cultivation is getting better, and she has severed her feelings for you. This time, it's even more thorough. She has no feelings for you anymore. It's useless no matter what you say. Chu Li frowned. Shen Hu sighed. You didn't seize the best opportunity, and it means you lost it. Xiao Qi is no longer yours. Chu Li said, I want to take her away. Shen Hu laughed. All right, as long as she is willing, I won't stop her. Chu Li stared at her. Shen Hu said, the High Duke's public house is getting stronger and stronger. There's no need for her to sacrifice herself. It's enough for one of them to be sacrificed. There's no need to sacrifice the other one. Thank you, Senior Shun. Chu Li fist saluted. Chapter 654. Chu Li frowned as he looked at her. Shen Hu said, You're too late. She has already cut off her feelings. This time is different from last time. She's no longer in a relationship. Chu Li said, I want to enter the surpassing state. Can I? As you wish, Shen Hu said. Snow Lunar Pavilion is indebted to you. I'll talk to the pavilion leader. As long as you don't destroy it, you can do whatever you want. If you can bring Xiao Qi back, it'll be your ability. Chu Li fist saluted and thanked her again. Then, he disappeared from the pagoda. Shen Hu stared at the lake again. The corners of her lips curled up. Her mood suddenly improved. Chu Li appeared by the lake in the ravine. This lake was almost the same shape as the snow lunar lake outside, just smaller. The lake water was clearer. One could see the bottom of the lake at a glance. Fishes swam leisurely in the water. Water plants swayed with the ripples of the lake water. Xiao Qi sat cross-legged on a white jade stone by the lake. She wore a white gown, and her skin was like jade. A white sword was placed on her lap. She seemed to be one with the lake water. Her aura was in harmony. She breathed along with the ripples of the lake water. There was an inexplicable rhythm. Xiao Qi's heart was like still water. There was only a sword hanging in her mind. Time seemed to have stopped. Nothing existed in her mind. If she had any other thoughts, the sword would fly up and cut them. As the sword cut off all distracting thoughts, thousands of them were cut off one by one. Finally, she had no thoughts and reached a state of selflessness. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the opposite side. Chu Li stood quietly by the lake in a white robe. He looked at her calmly. His face appeared in Xiao Qi's mind. When the sword slashed, it was immediately cut off. Then, she looked at him with a blank gaze. Their eyes met in the air. Chu Li slowly approached her, one step at a time. His figure and face appeared in Xiao Qi's mind from time to time. Her long sword slashed it into pieces, constantly eliminating his traces and imprints. When he got closer, Chu Li sat on the jade stone. He was very close to her. Xiao Qi looked at him motionlessly. Her eyes were like water. They were calm and unwavering. Chu Li ignored her strange reaction and slowly reached out to hold her right hand. It was like a piece of white jade, cool and delicate. The sword light in Xiao Qi's mind flashed like lightning as she continuously cut off Chu Li's image. However, The scenes of the past kept surging in her mind like a tidal wave. No matter how hard she tried, she could not get rid of all of them. From time to time, there would be a fish that slipped through the net and went into the depths of her mind, so she could not get rid of it anymore. Chuli smiled and looked at her quietly. Her bright and clear eyes flickered, and the changes were intense. Chuli suddenly leaned forward and gently kissed her red lips. The feeling of coolness and tenderness went straight to his heart. Boom! The sky full of images swallowed her and the sword light. Chuli looked at her bright eyes and felt a sense of familiarity. He suddenly laughed and reached out to hold her waist, wanting to kiss her again. Xiao-Qi suddenly struggled and gently pushed him away. Chuli smiled at her. Xiao-Qi shook her head. Her cheeks were blushing as if she was intoxicated. The setting sun had turned the valley into a rosy color. Her fair face was tinged with a rosy glow, making her look incomparably beautiful. Chuli did not care about her struggle. He reached out to hold her waist and kissed her gently again. Xiao-Qi's body stiffened and slowly softened. Chuli hugged her soft and cool body. It was as if he had the whole world in his hands. He was satisfied and happy. The feeling of joy lingered in his heart. He wished that time would stop here forever. After a long time, their lips parted. Xiao-Qi looked even more beautiful, making Chuli feel a strong urge to kiss her again. Xiao-Qi quickly shook her head. There's someone. Don't worry about them, Chuli said. He already knew that Suru and the other three were hiding in the forest 200 meters away. They were sneakily watching them. Xiao-Qi could sense it, so her martial arts had obviously improved. Why did you suddenly come here? Xiao-Qi gently pushed him. Chuli smiled and stepped back. He stood up, and Xiao-Qi followed suit. The two stood side by the lake and looked at the clear lake. Their hearts were calm and happy. They chatted aimlessly and enjoyed the wonderful feeling of leisure. I suddenly realized that the regal sword scripture that you're cultivating is a grandmaster's martial arts. Once you've mastered it, you'll ascend to the grandmaster's boundary. Chuli shook his head. That's why I regret it. I can't just watch you ascend to the heavens. Xiao-Qi revealed a smile. Chuli said, the High Duke's public house is now strong and prosperous. We don't need to care about others. It's others who care about us. You just need to be a lady. You don't need to work so hard. Moreover, if you really become an enlightened master, will the High Duke's public house be better? Xiao-Qi nodded. She gradually understood the path of enlightened master. It was a long and lonely path. There was no end to it. Her aunt, Shuninghu, was an example. She had advised herself many times not to be muddle-headed and take such a dead end. Unfortunately, the two of them had separated. She was disheartened and had no more constraints. She could only continue on. She never expected that Chuli would suddenly come over and unreasonably molest her, breaking her state of oblivion. You should stay here, Chuli said gently. Cultivate slowly here and see how far you can cultivate the regal sword scripture. Don't go back to the High Duke's public house for now. Xiao-Qi looked at him with her clear eyes. Is the High Duke's public house in danger? Chuli shook his head. I'm dealing with King and Xiao-Qi frowned and pondered. Chuli said, I don't dare to kill him. I can only torture him bit by bit. Xiao-Qi smiled. You won't lose. What about second eldest sister? Second lady is in the High Duke's public house. She returns to the public house every other day. King can't control her. She's living quite freely, Chuli said. Xiao-Qi sighed softly. Chuli knew what she was thinking. Things have come to this. Second lady chose her own path. It's not that difficult. You still have me. Then take good care of second eldest sister, Xiao-Qi said. Second eldest sister has suffered too much. Chuli nodded. The two of them stood quietly by the lake and no longer spoke. Even if they did not speak, the two of them could still feel the flow of energy between them. They felt each other's existence. Their hearts were full and happy. They only hated that time passed so quickly. Come here. Chuli suddenly waved his hand. Suru and the other three came over. Li Hanyan, Xueling, and Jiang Kuai. Chuli looked at them and nodded with satisfaction. The four of them had become grandmasters. It was indeed rare. It was not easy to become a grandmaster. He turned his head and smiled at Seo Chi. Our High Duke's public house is getting more and more talented. Seo Chi smiled softly. Lady Seo, you guys? Suru pursed her lips and smiled. Seo Chi gave her a sidelong glance. Suru gave Chu Li a sidelong glance. Chu Li, you're amazing. Chu Li laughed. I'm sorry. Chief Su has stepped into the Grandmaster's boundary. Congratulations. Stepping into the Grandmaster's boundary is just the beginning. I'm still far from it. Suru shook her head and smiled. I still have a lot to learn. Chu Li nodded. Chief Su still wants to stay here? Yes, Suru said. Shui Ling and Protector Jiang quite don't have to. Their martial arts skills are outstanding. They're better than me. Shui Ling smiled embarrassedly. Li Hanyan quickly said, Senior sister, what about me? You? Suru smiled. Of course you have to continue learning. Jiang Kuai said, Chief, I can go back now. Chapter 655. Chu Li smiled and said, There's no rush. Both of you cultivate here first. It's much faster to cultivate in the surpassing state than outside. It's not too late to go out when your growth slows down. Yes. Jiang Kuai did not stand on ceremony anymore. Master, I'll go back. Shui said, You can't always be alone. Chu Li waved his hand and said, This is a rare opportunity. It's better to settle down and cultivate here. But you? Shui quickly said. Chu Li smiled and said, I have a maid now. She's a beauty bestowed by King Yin. Her beauty is no less than yours. Shui's bright eyes flashed. Will King Yin be so kind? A beauty trap, Chu Li said. Just accept it and don't fall for it. So, you cultivate well and don't worry. Su Ru pursed her lips and chuckled. She's even more worried now. Shui Ling hurriedly said, Chief Su. Su Ru said, All right, let's not disturb Lady Xiao and Chu Li. Let's cultivate separately. Shui and Li Hanyan left reluctantly. Chu Li watched them leave and shook his head with a smile. He turned to Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi's expression was cold, and her eyes were cold. It was as if she was a different person. He frowned and stared at Xiao Qi. A sword was quietly hanging in Xiao Qi's mind. Unknowingly, it had cut off all distracting thoughts and fantasies and returned to the state of mind as still as water. She looked at Chu Li. There was no tenderness and sweetness from before. Instead, there was a hint of disgust. It was as if he was just a common acquaintance, and she was just greeting him. She did not have the urge to talk. You. Chu Li felt that something was wrong. Xiao Qi nodded and said, You should go back too. Chu Li reached out to grab her hand. Swoosh! A cold light shot. Chu Li quickly let go. The tip of the sword brushed past the back of his hand. If he did not withdraw his hand, the sword would have stabbed him mercilessly. Lady Xiao. Chu Li frowned. Xiao Qi was slightly impatient. Frivolous person. Don't you recognize me? Chu Li said. Xiao Qi looked at him coldly. I don't want to talk about the past. I want to pursue the supreme path of the sword. I won't indulge in relationships. Don't disturb me again. Then just now. Chu Li was surprised. Xiao Qi said coldly. I was just distracted for a moment. I've recovered now. Chu Li, take good care of second eldest sister and be careful of King. And Chu Li's mind raced. He could not see the situation in Xiao Qi's mind clearly, so he could only guess. Sovereign Sword Sutra, Supreme Emotion Oblivion. He had clearly broken her Supreme Emotion Oblivion just now, so why did it change in a short while? She must have regained the state of being emotionless. He suddenly appeared behind Xiao Qi and wrapped his arms around her waist. Ding! There was a clear ringing sound as Chu Li's palm collided with the tip of the sword. He flicked the blade of the sword with his fingernails and avoided this extremely sharp strike. The power of this sword technique was not inferior to his 7 forms of godly sword. Ding, ding, ding. He kept extending his hand, but was blocked by the cold sword, unable to do as he wished. As the number of techniques increased, Xiao Qi's expression became colder and colder. It was as if her face was covered with frost, and her entire body exuded a chilly aura. Chu Li's body movement technique suddenly sped up. He was suddenly in front and suddenly behind, drifting in an unpredictable manner. Bang! Xiao Qi's body stiffened as she was hit by Chu Li's palm. Chu Li then sealed the acupuncture points around her body with a few palm energies. Xiaoqi stared at him coldly. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her impatience was written all over her face. She had a kind of awe-inspiring aura without being angry. Chu Li was unmoved. He wrapped his arms around her waist and gently kissed her red lips. She pursed her red lips tightly and did not move. The cool and soft feeling was still there, but there was no emotion at all. There was only impatience as she stared at him coldly. Chu Li kissed her for a moment before he pulled back and looked at her quietly. Xiaoqi looked at him indifferently, as if she was not the one who kissed him just now. Chu Li sighed. It seemed that this technique had failed and was no longer effective. Xiaoqi said, "Don't waste your time. The Sovereign Sword Sutra is not that easy to break. You should spend more time on second eldest sister and take good care of her." Chu Li frowned and shook his head. "Sovereign Sword Sutra, why are you so concerned about the second lady, but only me? The biggest obstacle in pursuing swordsmanship is the love between a man and a woman. Even if you cut off the love between a man and a woman, family will still exist. Chu Li, we are not fated to be together. Just forget about me," Xiaoqi said calmly. Chu Li shook his head. "I will think of a way." Xiaoqi said, "I don't want to be involved in the love between a man and a woman anymore." Chu Li scoffed. "I will come again. I will never see you again," Xiaoqi said. Chu Li smiled and disappeared in a flash. He appeared in Shun Yinghu's pagoda. Shun Yinghu was still supporting her chin with her hand as she looked at the lake. "Senior Shun, what happened to Lady Xiao?" Chu Li asked. He told her about the situation. Shun Yinghu pondered. "It should be because of the Sovereign Sword Sutra. Young Shi is getting better now. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to break through. Don't worry, take it slow." Chu Li said, "Senior, have you not studied the Sovereign Sword Sutra?" Shun Yinghu shook her head. "I can't understand it. It requires a unique talent. The Ancient Sword Sutra rarely has any records. You can go back and check. Don't be rash." Chu Li nodded, closed fists saluted and disappeared. Early in the morning, Zhuge Feng. A feminine voice echoed throughout Crouching Bull Mountain. Zhuge Feng woke up from his meditation. His face darkened. He knew who it was immediately. It was the woman who defeated him, humiliated him, and forced him to go into isolated cultivation. He shouted and floated into the courtyard. "Surnamed Liu, how dare you? You dare to come here to die?" "Huh?" Her feminine laughter echoed in the air. "Zhuge Feng, come here to die. I am at the foot of the mountain. Just you wait. I will kill you this time." Zhuge Feng laughed coldly. "What a joke. You are good with words, but your hands are a mess. Crouching Bull Mountain is really disappointing." Liu Yunxin's laughter was crisp and clear. Zhuge Feng shot out like an arrow. He went into isolated cultivation just for this day. Murong Chun, Xia Lian, and the other elders also flew out and followed closely behind Zhuge Feng. They were afraid that he would be at a disadvantage. The Hill Master went into isolated cultivation. He could not say that he could win against Liu Yunxin, so they had to hold the line. Liu Yunxin's light body technique was excellent. It was useless for them to attack her together, but they were afraid that she had people helping her. Furthermore, even if they could not win, they could still take back the Hill Master. They thought of Zhuge Tian as they ran. If the young master was here, he would not allow Liu Yunxin to be so presumptuous. She would probably run away in fear. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw that Liu Yunxin and the Hill Master were already in battle. The two of them were evenly matched. The Hill Master was neither at a disadvantage nor had the upper hand. The results of isolated cultivation were good. It was much better than the previous defeat. They were relieved that Liu Yunxin did not have any other masters with her. She was the only one. Crouching Bull Mountain has been hiding for a long time. Are you going to hide forever? Liu Yunxin shook her head and chuckled. Where's the little guy from last time? The young master will be here soon, Morong Chun said coldly. Don't be too happy. Liu Yunxin chuckled. Seems like the little guy is not here. I am relieved. Die. She suddenly sped up. Zhuge Feng did not want to be outdone. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds could be heard. Their palms kept clashing. From the top of the tree to the bottom, then to the top of the tree, then to the bottom. The surrounding leaves flew in the air and were crushed into powder in the air. Bang! Suddenly, a gray shadow landed behind Zhuge Feng, and a palm landed on his back. Chapter 656. Zhuge Feng spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He looked like a rock that had crashed into an ancient tree. Bang! The ancient tree that could reach the heavens trembled. Zhuge Feng was bounced off the ancient tree and fell to the ground again, motionless. Mountain Chieftain! Everyone was shocked. Just now when a man in gray appeared and struck out with his palm, Lu Yunxin struck out with her palm. It was like a flash of lightning. By the time they reacted, Zhuge Feng was already lying motionless on the ground. They rushed to Zhuge Feng's side. Murong Chun and Xia Lian lowered their heads to look at Zhuge Feng's injuries. The other four elders stared at Lu Yunxin and the round-faced middle-aged man. Their faces were full of lumps and bumps, and their eyes were shining brightly. Lu Yunxin approached them slowly. The four elders were tense, ready to attack her at any time. Lu Yunxin was wearing a white veil, only revealing a pair of bright eyes and a forehead as white as jade. She walked around Zhuge Feng lightly and shook her head. The round-faced, middle-aged man's cold gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Zhuge Feng. He snorted, "Patrol, let's go." "Yes, Altar Master," Lu Yunxin answered respectfully. The two of them took another look at Zhuge Feng before levitating up the towering ancient tree. They stepped on the treetops and drifted away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Mountain Master. They looked at Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng was unconscious. His face was as white as paper, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. They knew something was wrong. Murong Chun quickly took out 2 medicine bottles from his pocket, poured out a few pills, and stuffed them into Zhuge Feng's mouth. He covered Zhuge Feng's mouth to prevent him from spitting it out and patted his back. His forehead was already covered with a layer of sweat, and he was terrified. The hill chieftain knew the secrets of Crouching Bull Mountain. If he died just like that, what would happen to the next hill chieftain? The mountain chieftain's secret heart technique would be lost. "Hurry up and go back," Murong Chun said. When the 6 of them brought Zhuge Feng to his bedroom, he was still unconscious. Xia Lian felt his pulse and frowned in silence. Everyone wanted to help Zhuge Feng recuperate, but Zhuge Feng's injuries were too severe. His internal organs were all shattered, and he did not dare to use his inner energy at all. Their faces were gloomy, and they remained silent. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Never would they have thought that the Hill Master would be assassinated this time, to the point where he was on the brink of death. This was also the most crucial moment for Crouching Bull Mountain. The adversity-surpassing pill from last time has been used up. Xia Lian sighed and turned to look at the 5 of them. Murong Chun and the other 4 shook their heads. "Where's the young master?" Murong Chun quickly said, "We have to find him now." "Yes, find the young master," everyone hurriedly said. Seeing that Zhuge Feng was about to die, they could do nothing but find the young master as soon as possible to prepare for his funeral. Originally, he had 2 adversity-surpassing pills that could save his life, but he had used up all of them last time. The adversity-surpassing pill was not something that first-rate sects like them could have. Only the High Duke's public house and the 4 major sects had it. The adversity-surpassing pill he had used last time had cost him a huge price, but now he couldn't get it back. Moreover, the mountain chieftain would be dead by the time he made a round trip to the Tempest Monastery. "I'll go," Xia Lian said. He arrived at Chu Li's courtyard like a gust of wind. Xiao Sin was cultivating in the courtyard. When he saw Chu Li, he quickly bowed to greet him. "Where's your young master? Ask him to come here immediately," Xia Lian said in a low voice. Xiao Sin saw his expression and quickly said, "Elder Xia, the young master is really not here. When will he be back?" "Don't tell me he won't be back," Xia Lian said. Xiao San softly said, "Elder Xiao, what happened? This is a matter of life and death. If he doesn't show up, the position of mountain chieftain will never be his." Xia Lian said, "Think of a way to get him back immediately. The sooner the better. If we're late, we won't have a chance anymore." "Elder Xiao, what happened?" Xiao Sen hesitated. Xia Lian frowned and stared at him. The mountain chieftain is heavily injured. I'm afraid it's not good. Qiao San's expression changed. His eyes flickered, and his expression changed again and again. Suddenly, he unsheathed his sword and stabbed it into his chest. Xiao Yan looked at him in shock. Qiao San slowly sat on the ground. Blood started to flow from the corner of his mouth. The young master said that I've been with him for a long time. If anything happens to me, he will know. I'm not sure if the young master is trying to fool me. Xiao Yan sighed as he watched more and more blood flow. Do you need some medicine? Qiao San shook his head and laid on the ground. His breathing was getting weaker. A long howl was heard. It came from afar, but when it stopped, it was right in front of him. Chu Li's white robe fluttered as he arrived. He looked at Xiao San, who was on the ground, and took out a bottle of pills. He poured one out and stuffed it into Qiao San's mouth. His palm turned into a shadow and hit Qiao San's body. Then he pulled out his sword. Not a single drop of blood came out. Qiao San's face was pale, and his lips were purple, but he smiled. Young master, you didn't lie to me. Chu Li said, You're lucky that I wasn't too far away. What happened, Elder Xia? Xia Lian said, The mountain chieftain is heavily injured. Young master, please come with me. Is he going to die? Chu Li frowned. Xia Lian sighed and shook his head. Hopefully, the mountain chieftain is blessed and will be able to survive this. Chu Li looked at his expression and knew that Zhuge Feng would not be able to survive this. Let's go and see what he has to say, Chu Li said lazily and glanced at Qiao San. Rest well and don't kill yourself. Yes, young master. Qiao San smiled. Chu Li followed Xia Lian to Zhuge Feng's bedroom and saw that Murong Chun and the others were all there. He nodded and looked at Zhuge Feng. Young master, Murong Chun sighed. I'm afraid the mountain chieftain is not going to make it. Chu Li touched Zhuge Feng's wrist and frowned. He won't die. He took out a jade bottle and poured out a pill. There was only one pill in the bottle, and he stuffed it into Zhuge Feng's mouth. Murong Chun was shocked. The adversity surpassing pill. Chu Li turned and looked at him. You really know your stuff. Young master, how did you get the adversity surpassing pill? Murong Chun was shocked. Chu Li said, You don't need to know how I got it. With this, he won't die, and he won't have to make any funeral arrangements. I'm leaving now. He turned and left after he finished speaking. Young master, Murong Chun quickly said, Aren't you going to stay by the mountain chieftain's side? If he opens his eyes and sees me, he will definitely be furious, he said as he walked out of the bedroom. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. With the adversity surpassing pill, the mountain chieftain would not die. They were really thankful. The young master still cares about the mountain chieftain. The heavens really helped the crouching bull mountain. Murong Chun sighed. Everyone nodded. They looked at each other with lingering fear. Murong Chun said, When the mountain chieftain wakes up this time, he must choose a good successor. If not, if something like this happens again, he shook his head as he said this. Everyone agreed. If it was not for the mountain chieftain's luck, he would have died. The secret technique passed down from generation to generation would be lost. The mountain chieftain's sin was too great. They were all guilty too. They had let down the ancestors of the crouching bull mountain. Chapter 657. P.S. I'm really sorry. Today's update might not be in time. When Chu Li returned to the courtyard, Qiao San was healing himself by the stone table. When he heard footsteps, Qiao San opened his eyes and asked, Young master, how is it? Chu Li sat opposite him and sized him up. He won't die. Qiao San sighed. Hill master is really blessed. Chu Li scoffed. He almost died, and that woman came again. Yes. Qiao San nodded lightly and smiled bitterly. I only heard her voice, but I didn't see her fight. I was planning to go and watch the show, but before I could leave, Elder Xia came looking for you and asked you to hurry over to the Hill Master's funeral arrangements. Lu Yunxin, Chu Li frowned. Looks like the Holy Church of Light hasn't given up yet. Do they think Crouching Bull Mountain is their weakness? Clenched fists. Snow Lunar Pavilion had Du Feng, so they wouldn't dare to mess around. Logically speaking, Zhuge Tian was here too, so she wouldn't dare to come either. There should be other masters, Chu Li mumbled to himself and frowned. Ho Jingzong, he thought of masters more powerful than Liu Yinxin. Young master? Didn't the hill master say anything? Xiao Sen asked. Not yet. You're quite powerful. What if I come back late? Wouldn't you have died for nothing? Chu Li said. Xiao San smiled. If you don't come back soon, I'll start healing myself. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Xiao San asked, This time you can appoint the next hill master, right? Chu Li smiled and stood up. You did a good job calling me back. Do the same next time. Then he entered the house. Xiao San scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Zhuge Feng slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was in the familiar well. He was in his house and let out a long sigh of relief. There was a warm feeling in his chest. He was familiar with this feeling. It was the adversity surpassing pill. Didn't he already use up his adversity surpassing pill? How'd he get another one? A palm behind him and another palm in front of him. He was instantly swallowed by darkness. He didn't even have time to think about who it was. Women were indeed not to be trusted. How could a woman with such powerful martial arts find someone to ambush him? Mountain Chieftain! Murong Chun's voice seemed to have come from afar. It was empty and faintly discernible. It was barely discernible. He turned his head and saw Murong Chun and Xia Lian's faces. Yes, Zhuge Feng replied with difficulty. The two of them immediately smiled. Zhuge Feng took a deep breath and tried his best to circulate his inner energy, allowing the warm air to flow around his body. His facial features slowly recovered, and he could hear the sound around him. He could see things more clearly, and he could even feel the slight movement of his hair. The feeling of escaping from the jaws of death was wonderful, but it also made him feel even more humiliated. He was too useless. This time, he had fallen into that woman's evil hands. As a mountain chieftain, he was truly pitiful and lamentable. He really didn't have the face to continue being a mountain chieftain. Mountain chieftain, are you feeling better? Xia Lian asked. Circulate your energy to heal your injuries. Zhuge Feng shook his head. Who saved me? Where did you get the pill? His mind was already clear. He knew that the pill that saved him was definitely the one that saved him. However, there were no more pills left in the sect. As a mountain chieftain, he was fortunate enough to consume 3 pills. Murong Chun and Xia Lian's pills were consumed by him. Crouching Bull Mountain had obtained a total of 3 adversity-surpassing pills, 1 for him, 1 for Xia Lian, and 1 for Murong Chun. In the end, when he was in danger, both Xia Lian and Murong Chun gave him their pills. Where did this 4th pill come from? Murong Chun and Xia Lian shook their heads. Mountain Chieftain, let's not talk about this for now. You need to heal your injuries quickly. Where did the pill come from? Why did you hide something like this from me? Zhuge Feng frowned. It was given by the young master. Murong Chun sighed. That bastard? Where did he get the pill? Zhuge Feng scoffed. The two of them shook their heads. They were curious as well. Murong Chun said, No matter what, Mountain Chieftain's life was saved. Zhuge Feng's face darkened. Xia Lian said, They are father and son after all. When it's time to save them, the young master will still save them. I would rather die, Zhuge Feng said coldly. Murong Chun and Xia Lian looked at each other and coughed. The other 4 elders pushed the door open and closed fist saluted Zhuge Feng. Hill Chieftain. Zhuge Feng nodded. Murong Chun and Xia Lian suddenly took 2 steps back and knelt in front of the bed. The other 4 elders knelt behind them. The 6 of them knelt in front of the bed and looked at him calmly. Zhuge Feng was stunned and quickly waved his hand. What are you doing? He was weak and could not move vigorously. He could not get out of bed and could only worry. A man's knees were made of gold. He kneeled to the heavens, to the earth, and to his parents. Even the officials only bowed to the emperor. The disciples only held their fists and bowed to him, the hill chieftain. They had never done such a thing before. Murong Chun said, The 6 elders are begging you to appoint the next hill chieftain immediately and pass down the heart technique. We cannot become the sinners of Crouching Bull Mountain. Zhuge Feng put down his hand and sighed. He looked at their determined expressions and slowly nodded. All right, I promise you. Everyone was overjoyed. They did not expect Zhuge Feng to agree so easily. They thought they had to persuade him. Murong Chun said, "Hill Chieftain, the young lord can be the next Hill Chieftain." "Impossible." Zhuge Feng shook his head and said, "I will appoint the next Hill Chieftain tomorrow, but it will not be him." "Hill Chieftain? If it's not the young lord, what's the point of appointing the next Hill Chieftain? If the Hill Chieftain is defeated and dies, how can the next Hill Chieftain survive? Only the young lord's divine power can protect himself and ensure that the crouching Bull Mountain does not end. I have decided to appoint Murong Liang as the next Hill Chieftain. You don't have to say anything more. Step down." Zhuge Feng waved his hand. "Hill Chieftain, he only knows how to play petty tricks. His talent is only average. He can't take on such a big responsibility," Murong Chun said. Zhuge Feng fell on the bed and turned his head away. He would not change his mind even if they knelt until they died. Everyone looked at each other helplessly and stood up. Xiao Lian looked at Murong Chun. "If it doesn't work, then pass it to Murong Liang." Murong Chun shook his head. He can't take on such a big responsibility. If he really becomes the next Hill Chieftain, he will be digging his own grave. Although he doesn't care, as his father, I can't just watch him die. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode away. In the middle of the night, the moonlight was like water. Chu Li glided to Zhuge Feng's courtyard. "Who is it?" A young man in a blue shirt shouted. He stood up from the shadows with his hand on his sword. Chu Li glanced at him. "Lil Tang, I want to talk to him." "Yes." Lil Tang nodded and stepped back. Chu Li pushed the door open and entered the bedroom. He went to Zhuge Feng's bed. The bedroom was brightly lit. Zhuge Feng was sitting cross-legged on the bed to heal himself. When he heard movement, he opened his eyes and looked at Chu Li. His gaze was cold without a trace of warmth. Chu Li took out a silk book and passed it to Zhuge Feng. "This is the secret manual I got. Didn't you destroy it?" Zhuge Feng said coldly. He did not take it. "Don't you want to see what kind of secret manual it is?" Chu Li said calmly. He did not make fun of his hypocrisy. He was curious and wanted to take it, but he suppressed it. He pretended that he did not care and did not even look at it. Chapter 658. Chu Li said calmly, "I found this in a cave. There was a skeleton next to it. It had been dead for many years, but this secret manual was not damaged. I brought it back and tried to cultivate it. I didn't think that I would be able to master it on my first try. Now I have this swordsmanship." Zhuge Feng snorted. What Chu Li did earlier was to loosen the reins only to grasp better. It was in line with Zhuge Tian's original temperament and would not raise any suspicions. After all the acting was done, it was time to reap the rewards. If Zhuge Feng really waited until tomorrow to make his decision, there would be many twists and turns to change his mind. Crouching Bull Mountain might not even fall into his hands. As for the secret manual, he had obtained another one. It was indeed the Cloud Slashing Treasure Manual, but it only contained the Cloud Slashing Sword Technique and not the Cloud Slashing Power, so its power was greatly reduced. However, the power of the Cloud Slashing Sword Technique itself was astonishing enough. He had already integrated the Cloud Slashing Sword Technique into the 7 forms of Godly Sword, and its power far surpassed that of the Cloud Slashing Sword Technique. Thus, handing over the Cloud Slashing Sword Technique would not affect him much. If you want to take something, you must first give. If you don't take out the real thing, it would be very difficult to exchange for the position of Mountain Chieftain. Zhuge Feng frowned and did not say anything. He suppressed his curiosity and did not look at the secret manual. Chu Li said, "This secret manual is a sword technique called the Cloud Slashing Sword Technique, also known as the Cloud Slashing Treasure Manual." "Cloud Slashing Treasure Manual?" Zhuge Feng cried out. Chu Li looked outside the house. Zhuge Feng quickly restrained his voice and leaned forward. "Is it really the Cloud Slashing Treasure Manual?" Chu Li nodded. "I heard that it's called that. Cloud Slashing Treasure Manual." Zhuge Feng muttered. How could he not know about the power of the Cloud Slashing Treasure Manual? It was a legendary secret manual that had caused a commotion in the martial arts circle some time ago. It had set off a bloody storm, and several sects had been destroyed because of it. Even though the matter was left unsettled in the end, The people's desire for the cloud-slashing treasure manual was evident. He would never have thought that the cloud-slashing treasure manual that was desperately sought after by the people of the martial arts world and was rumored to have fallen into the hands of Chu Li of the public house was actually in the hands of his own son. Moreover, it had been cultivated by him and was now placed right in front of him. He had never expected this. He had always felt that the cloud-slashing treasure manual was out of his reach, but now it was right in front of him. Chu Li pushed the silk booklet forward. Do you want to take a look? Zhuge Feng suppressed his impulse and glared at him. What do you want? Why did you hand over the secret manual? Chu Li said calmly. It's about the next hill master. You want to be the hill master? You can't. Zhuge Feng frowned. Chu Li replied, Why can't I? With my martial arts, I can roam the world freely, but you should know why I can't let go of Crouching Bull Mountain. I know. Zhuge Feng scoffed. But do you know how heavy the responsibility of the Crouching Bull Mountain is? Once you put it on, you will never have peace for the rest of your life. It's not a big deal, Chu Li said calmly. As long as my martial arts is strong enough, it's nothing. Zhuge Feng shook his head and said, The Crouching Bull Mountain has internal and external troubles. You shouldn't have gotten involved. It's better for you to live a carefree life. What is the internal problem? Chu Li asked. Can martial arts suppress it? What about foreign aggression? Can martial arts solve it? Zhuge Feng frowned and looked at him. Chu Li said, I want to be the hill master. This secret manual is considered as an exchange for the position of hill master. Zhuge Feng pointed at the secret manual in his hands. Chu Li nodded. Yes, this secret manual can be given to the Crouching Bull Mountain. Zhuge Feng remained silent. He was thinking, if it was him, would he hand over the cloud-slashing treasure manual and get the position of hill master? No matter how he thought about it, he could not. He would not be willing to hand over the cloud-slashing treasure manual. It seemed like he admired his mother and wanted to fulfill his mother's wish to make the Crouching Bull Mountain flourish. You're really willing? Zhuge Feng asked. Chu Li said calmly, It's just a sword technique. What's there to be unwilling about? If I want to improve the strength of the Crouching Bull Mountain, I need better martial arts. You really don't want to take a look? Zhuge Feng finally reached out and took the secret manual. He suppressed his excitement and gritted his teeth. He touched the antique silk manual and could not wait to open it. After a while, he slowly put down the silk manual and sighed. Chu Li said calmly, How is it? As expected of the cloud-slashing treasure manual. Not everyone can learn it. It's too complicated. Zhuge Feng put down the secret manual. This required a person with extreme intelligence to learn it. Those without brains would not be able to learn it. The requirement for talent was extremely high. There were probably less than 3 people in the Crouching Bull Mountain who could learn this sword technique. He looked up at Chu Li and sighed in his heart. He did not expect his son to be such a smart guy. It seemed like he inherited his mother's mind. It was a pity that he did not teach him well. Chu Li said, It's not difficult for me to learn it. I don't know if others can learn it, but the power is really shocking. Zhuge Feng nodded slowly. Since you want to be the hill master and have the cloud-slashing treasure manual, I promise you that the next hill master will be you. Chu Li said in a low voice, I will make the Crouching Bull Mountain stronger. This cloud-slashing treasure manual can only be passed down from generation to generation. It cannot be passed down to ordinary disciples, Zhuge Feng said. Chu Li frowned. Why? It's too powerful. Once it's passed down, the consequences will be unpredictable, Zhuge Feng said. Chu Li shook his head. The cloud-slashing treasure manual is nothing. It's not better than the martial arts of the 4 major sections. Zhuge Feng scoffed. That might not be true. Also, do you think you can learn the martial arts of the 4 major sects? Chu Li said, All right, then it's the secret manual passed down from generation to generation. What I need to know to become the next hill master. The fundamental heart technique of the Crouching Bull Mountain comes from the insight of Crouching Bull. You need to remember the insight of Crouching Bull, but we only have the first half of the insight of Crouching Bull. Zhuge Feng frowned. The second half is lost? The second half is in the Skyward Palace. So if you want to make the Crouching Bull Mountain flourish, you need to get the second half back first. Zhuge Feng said. The Skyward Palace. Chu thought about it and shook his head. He had never heard of it. Zhuge Feng scoffed. They are a hidden faction. They were founded by an original disciple of the Crouching Bull Mountain. Chu said, Enemies? I can't be considered an enemy, but I'm still an enemy. Once there are external enemies, the two factions will unite and help each other. But usually, they will secretly compete with each other to get the other's half of the inside of Crouching Bull. Chu nodded. Like quarreling brothers. Zhuge Feng said, Other than the Skyward Palace, there's also the Surpassing State. Chu said, Where is the Surpassing State? Why haven't I seen it? The Surpassing State is 1,000 miles away. Zhuge Feng said. Chu was surprised. Zhuge Feng said, Because of the distance, the faction's control over the Surpassing State has gradually weakened. Now, there are two elders hidden in the Surpassing State. They have formed their own faction and are secretly competing with the faction. Chu frowned. Their martial arts are the strongest? Zhuge Feng slowly nodded. Chu said, What's the point of being a hill master? With internal and external troubles, he was bound and had no freedom. Zhuge Feng stared at him and scoffed. You think it's so easy to be a hill master? Chu said, Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that your martial arts are not strong enough. You can practice this sword technique. If it doesn't work, I'll just take action. Zhuge Feng said slowly, Tomorrow, I will announce that you are the next hill master and pass you the inside of Crouching Bull. Chu nodded. All right, I'm leaving. He did not wait for Zhuge Feng to reply and turned to leave the bedroom. Chapter 659. P.S. Last night, the lass had a fever of 40 degrees. Today, she went to the hospital in the city. The doctor was scared out of his wits. He has been in a state of panic. He tried his best to calm down and write. He can only try his best. I can't reply to every comment today. On the second day, when Murong Chun and Xiao Lian were about to persuade the hill leader to appoint Zhuge Tian as the next hill leader, Zhuge Feng suddenly said, I have thought about it for a whole night. I have decided that the next hill leader will be Zhuge Tian. The 6 elders were shocked and then overjoyed. Amidst the joy, there was some confusion. They did not know why Zhuge Feng suddenly changed his mind. According to his previous attitude, he would not agree no matter what they said. They were already prepared for a long time. They did not expect him to change his mind in one night. Leader, how did you change your mind? Murong Chun asked. Zhuge Feng said, His martial arts is indeed better. I have suffered enough because I am not strong enough. I do not want a next leader to end up like me. Murong Chun nodded. Ever since the last time, he understood that to the leader of Crouching Bull Mountain, martial arts was the foundation and the backbone of the sect. If the leader's martial arts were not strong enough, there was no point in talking about it. Zhuge Feng said, Although that bastard is unworthy, his martial arts are indeed top-notch. If I insist on pushing him out, it will be a huge loss to the sect. From today onwards, let him return to the sect. I hope everyone will not blame me for changing my mind. It's okay to change your mind, as long as it's for the good of the sect. Murong Chun smiled. Xiao Yan said, Congratulations to the leader for being able to change his mind. Today, I will pass on the leader's heart technique to him. I will also pass on the secrets of the sect to him. If I am not alive, all of you will assist him. Leader, don't say such inauspicious things. How could the leader not be alive? Murong Chun said. Zhuge Feng scoffed. That's hard to say. He has been doing things more methodically lately. All of you should advise him and not let him do anything rash. Yes. The 6 closed fists saluted. Chu followed Zhuge Feng to a cliff at the back of the mountain. Below them was a deep valley. Looking out, a strong wind blew against their faces. The whistling sound was shrill, as if there were ghosts hiding in the valley that wanted to pull people down. Follow me down, Zhuge Feng said and jumped down. Chu floated down to the ground. When Zhuge Feng fell to 1,000 feet, he suddenly shouted, We're almost there. With a sway of his body, he stuck close to the moss-covered cliff and fiercely patted a rock 4 times. With a muffled rumble, a cave entrance appeared and he floated in. Zhuge Feng stared in front of him and said in a low voice, "Remember my steps. One wrong step, and there will be a fatal trap. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to dodge it." Chu Li nodded and followed closely behind him, stepping on every single one of his footprints. Through the omniscient mirror, he could see the traps in the stone walls. There were sharp arrows and daggers. Every arrow and dagger was a dark blue, sharp and vicious. They were all over the two sides of the stone walls. There were huge rocks above their heads and traps under their feet. There were short spears in the traps. If they fell into the traps, they would become sieves. The two of them came to a stone room. The stone room was surrounded by colorful murals. The people in the murals were lifelike. Their faces were similar and their skin was white. There were long red and blue lines that were the flow of the meridians. Chu Li glanced at them and imprinted them in his mind. He carefully analyzed them. There were two sets of martial arts. One was an inner energy heart technique, and the other was a fist technique. He realized that these two sets of martial arts were not easy to cultivate. The people looked easy, but the flow of inner energy was extremely difficult. It was as if there was an invisible force blocking it. Zhuge Feng said, "This is the insight of Crouching Bull. Unfortunately, it's only half. The inner energy heart technique and fist technique are both half, so their power is greatly reduced. If you can completely master the Crouching Bull power and Crouching Bull punch, you'll be able to dominate the world." Chu Li said, "Then Skyward Palace only has the second half. Isn't that even worse? The first half was usually the basics and beginners. The second half was the full power. Without the second half, the power would be slightly weaker. Without the first half, it would be impossible to cultivate." Zhuge Feng scoffed. "They don't cultivate the Crouching Bull power and Crouching Bull punch. It's just a martial art from a sect that was destroyed, Skyward Sect." Chu Li frowned. "If that's the case, why can't we steal it?" "Because the Hill Master made a vow to never steal the martial arts from Skyward Palace," Zhuge Feng said. Chu Li shook his head and could not help but laugh. It was no wonder that Crouching Bull Mountain was on the decline. They did all sorts of inexplicable things and caused all sorts of inexplicable things. It seemed like the greatest ability of the previous Hill Masters was to harm the younger generation. Chu Li said, "If that's the case, how do we steal the martial arts from Skyward Palace?" Zhuge Feng said, "We have to make them return it willingly." "Willingly?" Chu Li smiled. Zhuge Feng said, "I'll leave this to you. Don't leave it to the next Hill Master." "I'll try my best." Chu Li did not dare to speak too confidently. He did not understand Skyward Palace at all. "I'll give you 2 days. Can you remember these?" Zhuge Feng pointed at the stone wall. Chu Li shook his head. "I've already memorized them." Zhuge Feng was stunned. "So fast?" "I have enough brains," Chu Li said. Zhuge Feng sighed. He did not expect his son to be so smart. It was no wonder he could master the cloud slashing sword technique. "If that's the case, then let's go." Zhuge Feng said, "With the Crouching Bull power, the power of the various martial arts of the Crouching Bull Mountain can be unleashed. As the next Hill Master of the Crouching Bull Mountain, you should practice the Crouching Bull power well." Chu Li said, "I want to know where Skyward Palace is. What do you want to do?" Zhuge Feng scoffed. He walked out, and Chu Li stepped on his feet. The footprints he made when he came in and when he left were different. Chu Li said, "I'll check it out first. In a deep mountain 1,000 miles away. Xiao Sin knows. Let him bring you there," Zhuge Feng said. The two of them chatted as they left the cave. The stone door closed and blended into the surroundings. If it was not led by someone, others would not have discovered it. Even if they knew there was a cave, they would not have found it. When the two returned to the main hall, they saw that there were guests. Xiao Lian was talking to an old man and a young man. The rest of the elders were not there. "Greetings, Hill Master." Seeing them come in, the old man and the young man stood up and closed fists saluted. The old man was plump and his smile was dignified. Even though he was smiling, no one dared to underestimate him. The young man was not handsome, but he had a calm demeanor. His body was thin, but gave people a strong feeling. It was as if his thin body contained a huge amount of power. His eyes were calm, and his smile was relaxed. Zhuge Feng closed fists saluted back and frowned. Elder Hu, why are you here? Hee. Hill Master, do you still remember Tianji? The old man Hu Huarong pointed at the young man and smiled. Lu Tianji. Of course I remember Tianji. Zhuge Feng glanced at Lu Tianji and nodded. He sat in the armchair in the middle. Elder Hu, why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could go down the mountain to welcome you? I'm not that arrogant. Hu Huarong waved his hand. I came back this time to send Tianji off. Let him cultivate in the sect for a while and get along well with his peers. This is also for the future. Xia Lian said. What are your plans for the future? Chapter 660. Xia Lian glanced at Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng remained silent. Xia Lian did not speak either. Chui did not speak either. He looked at Hu Huarong and Lu Tianji. Hu Huarong's cultivation level was higher than Zhuge Feng's, and Lu Tianji was only slightly lower. It was rare to see someone at such a young age. While he was looking at the two, they were also looking at him. Seeing that Chu Li's aura was normal and his cultivation level was average, far inferior to Lu Tianji, they no longer paid attention to him and turned to Zhuge Feng. Hill Master, is Tianji not qualified? Hu Huarong stroked his silver beard and smiled. Among the younger generation of disciples in Crouching Bull Mountain, no one can match Tianji's cultivation level. Their qualifications and wisdom are all lower than Tianji's, so the next Hill Master must be Tianji. Zhuge Feng hesitated. He was thinking about how to say it tactfully so that Hu Huarong would not be embarrassed and the situation between Surpassing State and Crouching Bull Mountain would not become more tense. Hu Huarong looked at Chu Li. This young brother is? Xia Lian said, This is young Lord Zhuge Tian. So it's young Lord. Hu Huarong looked at Chu Li again and nodded. You are indeed talented. Xia Lian coughed. Elder Hu, we want young Lord to take over the position of Hill Master. Oh, Hu Huarong's eyebrows twitched and he laughed. Do we really have to do that? He looked at Zhuge Feng and said with a smile, Hill Master, you can't ignore the public for personal reasons. Hill Master has deep feelings for Madam, so you can't let the young master take over as Hill Master because of that. After all, the most important thing for the position of Hill Master is martial arts. Yes. Xia Lian nodded and looked at Lu Tianji. He was assessing whether Lu Tianji's cultivation level could beat young Lord. Lu Tianji should not be underestimated. He was stronger than him at such a young age. If young Lord did not appear, he would be a qualified candidate for the next Hill Master. Unfortunately, Lu Tianji was born at the wrong time with young Lord. Hu Huarong said, I think the root of why Crouching Bull Mountain is getting worse with each generation is because of the Hill Master. How can Crouching Bull Mountain recover? Zhuge Feng's face darkened, and he scoffed. Elder Hu, it is true that my cultivation level is low, and I have let down the Crouching Bull Mountain. Hu Huarong waved his hand and shook his head. We can't blame the Hill Master for this. We can only blame the Skyward Palace. However, the heavens have finally shown mercy, and our Crouching Bull Mountain has finally produced a genius. As long as Tianji becomes the Hill Master, the revitalization of Crouching Bull Mountain will be just around the corner. Xia Lian said, But, young master, Hu Huarong waved his hand and said, I know that the young lord is Madam's son, and that the mountain chieftain has deep feelings for Madam, loving the house and its crow. He wishes for the young lord to take over as the mountain chieftain to comfort Madam's soul in heaven. However, the position of mountain chieftain is extremely important and cannot tolerate such personal feelings. Even if Madam is still alive, she will not allow the mountain chieftain to do so. Zhuge Feng frowned. He was unhappy. He could not tolerate anyone being disrespectful to his wife. Hu Huarong's tone carried this kind of meaning, which made him extremely disgusted. Xia Lian said, Then according to what Elder Hu said, the next Hill Master should be the one with the strongest martial arts, right? That's right. Hu Huarong nodded and smiled. Of course, his intelligence cannot be too bad, lest others say that our Crouching Bull Mountain chieftain is a fool, and it will ruin the reputation of our Crouching Bull Mountain. Then Elder Hu thinks that Lu Tianji will definitely win against the young lord? Xia Lian said. Hu Huarong was startled. and then he laughed. Why, little Xia, do you have any other thoughts? It's obvious. Xiao Lian shook his head and said, that might not be the case. In my opinion, Lu Tianji is not a match for the young lord. Hu Huarong laughed. Another one who is biased towards the young lord because of Madam. The next hill chieftain can decide the future of our crouching bull mountain. We must be extremely cautious and not be swayed by our emotions. How about this? Xiao Lian said, there's no point in us saying so much. Let Lu Tianji and the young lord have a match, and the winner will be the next hill chieftain. How about it, Elder Hu? Isn't that fair? Oh, that's not bad. Hu Huarong nodded lightly and looked at Chu Li thoughtfully. Lu Tianji also looked at Chu Li deeply. Chu Li stood there lazily and looked at them with great interest. All right, then let's have a match tomorrow. Hu Huarong laughed. Tomorrow, let's go to the martial arts field on the mountain and let everyone witness it. Very good. Xiao Yan nodded hurriedly and closed fists saluted at Zhuge Feng. Hill Chieftain, how about this? Zhuge Feng looked at Lu Tianji, then looked at Chu Li and sighed. That's good too. Martial arts will determine the winner. It's the fairest. Whoever loses will have nothing to say. It seems that the young lord's martial arts is amazing. Little Xia and Hill Chieftain are both confident. Hu Huarong smiled. Then let's see the young lord's ability. I'm also very curious. Chu Li yawned lazily, closed fists saluted. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and take a nap. Go. Zhuge Feng waved his hand. Xiao Lian closed fists saluted. Chu Li nodded and retreated lazily, ignoring Hu Huarong and Lu Tianji. Hu Huarong stroked his beard and smiled, but he was secretly angry. Lu Tianji looked at his back thoughtfully. By the time the two returned to Hu Huarong's courtyard, the sun was already setting, and the courtyard was dyed a rose color. The two sat at the stone table in the courtyard. Although Hu Huarong lived in the surpassing state, the courtyard here had always been kept, and there were people cleaning it every day. Master, we came at the right time. Lu Tianji served Hu Huarong a cup of tea, and then sat opposite him. The hill chieftain has not recovered from his serious injuries, and wants to appoint the young lord as the next hill chieftain. Hu Huarong said, the young lord is a playboy. How can he become the hill chieftain? Looking at Elder Xia's expression, this young lord must be hiding his strength. Lu Tianji took a sip of tea and said in a low voice, I'm afraid his cultivation level is not ordinary. Little Xia is not scheming. Hu Huarong smiled. Since he thinks so highly of the young lord, then the young lord's martial arts will not be too weak. But no matter how strong he is, how can he be stronger than you, Tianji? He has never entered the surpassing state, but you grew up in the surpassing state. Lu Tianji shook his head. Sometimes aptitude can make up for this. Master, I want to go check out the situation tonight. Oh, you can't be wrong to be this careful. Hu Huarong said, see if he is hiding his strength. If I am not his opponent, then I will have to trouble you, master. Lu Tianji smiled. Hu Huarong smiled. Don't worry, if you're not his opponent, I will secretly injure him. If he is not as good as you, then you will defeat him fair and square. Yes. Lu Tianji nodded and smiled. Hu Huarong sighed. I really do not want to use this method, but Zhuge Feng is really disappointing. Lu Tianji said, Master, I will make our crouching bull mountain rise again. Yes, the hope is on you. Hu Huarong's spirit was lifted, and he smiled. If I can see crouching bull mountain regain its glory before I die, I can laugh in front of my ancestors. Master, don't worry, Lu Tianji said. Hu Huarong patted him on the shoulder and showed a gratified expression. Lu Tianji took a big gulp, put down the teacup, and stood up. I will go now. Go. Hu Huarong smiled. Check out his situation. Chapter 661. P.S. Update complete. I really can't write the 6th chapter, sorry. When he arrived at Chu Li's courtyard, he saw Qiao San standing at the door. I am Lu Tianji. Greetings, Elder Qiao. I want to meet the young lord and discuss with him about tomorrow's competition. Lu Tianji fist saluted. Qiao San snorted with a cold expression. The young lord is cultivating and will not see any guests. Lu Tianji smiled. Isn't it too late for the young lord to cultivate now? Do you think the young lord is cultivating to deal with you? Xiao San said snappily. The young lord has been cultivating like this all along. Don't flatter yourself. Elder Xiao, why are you so hostile towards me? Lu Tianji shook his head. I will not do anything to the young lord, even if I become the hill master. After all, there is the old hill master. Elder Xiao, you are worrying too much. You are not the hill master yet. Xiao San laughed. You already consider yourself the hill master. Our young lord is the future hill master. Lu Tianji shook his head. The young lord is not my opponent. Ha! Xiao San laughed. Lu Tianji, you are really arrogant and ridiculous. Lu Tianji said, I am speaking the truth. I am not arrogant. Let him in. Chu Li's voice sounded. Yes, young lord. Xiao San bowed. Then his face darkened as he scoffed. Please. Lu Tianji fist saluted with a smile and pushed open the door of the courtyard. Chu Li sheathed his sword and sat down at the stone table. He pointed to the opposite side. Sit down and talk. Lu Tianji sat opposite him and smiled. The young lord is in a good mood, practicing swordsmanship at this time. I am bored. It is much better than meeting a boring person like you. Chu Li said lazily. What are you doing here? We have not met before. There's nothing to talk about, right? Lu Tianji shook his head. We are from the same sect. There is naturally affection between us. There is no need for the young lord to keep me at arm's length. I hate self-righteous people like you. Chu Li shook his head. It is as if you are the heavens' favored one, and everyone else has to listen to you. The young lord is too serious. Lu Tianji said, if others are right, I will also listen to them. In this world, logic is logic. It will not change because of anyone. All right, what are you doing here? Chu Li waved his hand and said, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Lu Tianji said, does young lord feel that our hill chieftain is doing his job well? What does it matter to you whether I'm competent or not? Chu Li said lazily. Lu Tianji shook his head and said, Master and the others had high hopes for hill chieftain, but hill chieftain disappointed Master and the others. Surpassing realm is somewhat resistant to the sect's orders because they are too disappointed. Chu Li scoffed. So what? The hill leader is the hill leader. Whoever disagrees with the hill leader can go against his orders. In that case, we might as well disband the sect and go our separate ways. As the hill master, one must have outstanding martial arts skills to suppress everyone else. Lu Tianji shook his head. The hill master's current cultivation level is very ordinary. He has dragged down the crouching bull mountain. So your master wants to usurp the throne? Chu Li scoffed. Lu Tianji hurriedly waved his hand and said, Of course, master will not usurp the throne. However, it is imperative that we choose a new mountain chieftain. My aptitude is still good, and master and the others feel that I am the most suitable to be the mountain chieftain. They missed it once before. Who knows if you'll be the next Zhuge Feng? Chu Li said lightly. Lu Tianji slowly said, I will not let master and the others down. Chu Li scoffed. Are you done? If you are, then get lost. Lu Tianji faced his cold face and was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled. I heard some news, but I don't know if I should tell you, young lord. He did not expect that these words would not make Zhuge Tian act. It seemed that the relationship between the father and son was indeed indifferent. He needed to find a new target to attack in order to anger Zhuge Tian. What news? Chu Li asked. Lu Tianji shook his head and sighed. Forget it. It is better not to say. Then forget it. Chu Li stood up. Lu Tianji said, But I think it is good to let young lord know. Chu Li picked up his sword and hung it on his waist, preparing to leave. Lu Tianji said, Young lord, do you know why the hill master has been so cold to you all these years? Chu Li glanced at him. You know, everyone knows that the hill master has deep feelings for the madam. Lu Tianji said, Then why did the hill master not care about the child that the madam gave birth to and let the child fend for himself? Does this make sense? Mother had a difficult birth and died because of me, Chu Li said. Lu Tianji shook his head. The madam's death was God's will. How can young lord be blamed? The hill master should understand this and should have forgiven young lord long ago. Why can't he untie the knot in his heart and hate young Lord so much? Chu Li smiled. You know, because young Lord is not the hill master's flesh and blood. Lu Tianji said. Chu Li was startled and then shook his head. You really know how to make up stories. You thought of this in a flash. It is really hard on you. If it was the real Zhuge Tian, he would definitely go all out. How could he not be furious when the pure and holy mother in his heart was said to be a disloyal woman? Young Lord doesn't believe me? Lu Tianji said. Then how about letting everyone judge the truth? Chu Li said. You want to provoke me into making a move and find out the truth about me? He had long seen through Lu Tianji's thoughts. These words were made up by Lu Tianji. However, once it was spread, it would cause an uproar. Zhuge Feng's prestige would be greatly damaged. As the young lord, his position would also be awkward. This rumor could be said to be malicious. Lu Tianji smiled. I also heard these words from others. I think it is most likely true. Your master? Chu Li slowly pulled out his long sword. He said himself? About this. It is not my master. Lu Tianji shook his head. Chu Li lightly shook his long sword. Then I will fulfill your wish. I will let you see what I am capable of. As soon as he finished speaking, the tip of the sword pierced Lu Tianji's throat. It was as if it had transcended the restraints of space. The sword had already reached its destination without going through the middle process. Lu Tianji took a step back and leaned his upper body backward to avoid the tip of the sword. Chi! The tip of the sword pierced downwards and pierced through his dantian. It was quickly pulled out. Ah! Lu Tianji could not help but scream. Chu Li shook his long sword. The blade was as bright as new. He returned the sword to its sheath. He looked at Lu Tianji, whose eyes were wide open, and clutched his dantian in disbelief. This time, I will teach you a lesson. I will let you know that some words cannot be spoken carelessly. As the saying goes, a loose tongue causes trouble. Do you understand now? You. Lu Tianji felt his inner energy rapidly draining away. He was frightened and in disbelief. He had always been sure that Chu Li could not do anything to him. Even if he were to attack in anger, he would be safe. Martial arts was the foundation of everything. Without martial arts, everything would be over. His grand ambitions would all be for naught. Chu Li said, Your injury is not serious. Once you are healed, you will be able to regain your martial arts after a few more years of training. You are still young. It is not a big deal to have your martial arts crippled. However, you should also change your temperament. The martial arts world is dangerous. You will suffer a lot sooner or later if you act like this. All right, I will not send you off. Go back by yourself. He then raised his voice. Xiao San, let's go. Yes, young lord. Xiao San hurriedly responded. Chapter 662. P.S. I didn't write 6 chapters yesterday, and I feel very uneasy. Today, I will try to write more to make up for it. Where are you going? Lu Tianji clutched his dantian and pressed his chest a few times. He took out a jade porcelain bottle from his bosom and popped the 2 pills in the bottle into his mouth. While he was doing this, his eyes were fixed on Chu Li. Zhuge Tian, are you trying to escape? Chu Li turned his head to look at him and suddenly laughed. I'm going to receive my own punishment. It's a sin to accidentally injure someone in a sparring match. Why should I run away? Brother Lu, you think too much of your master. Zhuge Tian, I didn't expect you to be so sinister. Why would you do such a vicious thing? Lu Tianji glared at him angrily. We are from the same sect. Chu Li shook his head and said, If you really had the feelings of a fellow disciple, you wouldn't have said those words. After I apologize, I will question Elder Hu face to face. How did he teach his disciple to be so vicious? After saying that, he ignored him and strode away. Xiaosan looked worriedly at Lu Tianji and helplessly followed Chu Li. If it had been anyone else, it wouldn't matter if they were crippled or even killed. He viewed them as ants, and the death of 1 or 2 of them was nothing to him. But this was Lu Tianji, Hu Huarong's disciple, the disciple whom Hu Huarong had fervently hoped to inherit the position of the next hill master. Yet, he was crippled just like that, and Hu Huarong's hopes were crushed. Xiao San didn't need to think too much to guess who Huarong's reaction. He would definitely go crazy and kill the young master. Hu Huarong could not be compared to the hill master. His martial arts were the best in the crouching bull mountain. He was old, his cultivation was deep, and he had a lot of experience. The young lord might not be able to handle him. Chu Li strode to the main hall, ignoring the protectors outside, and went straight in. Zhuge Feng and the 6 elders were all present in the hall. Young lord? Murong Chun noticed that Chu Li's expression was cold and did not look right. Chu Li said, "Everyone, there's no need to talk about Lu Tianji anymore. I've already crippled him." Crippled? Zhuge Feng frowned. What crippled? Cripple his martial arts, Chu Li said. Zhuge Feng's body suddenly straightened, his gaze sharp. Murong Chun, Xiao Liyan, and the others were shocked. Zhuge Feng looked at Xiao San. Xiao San smiled bitterly and nodded. Lu Tianji came to the small courtyard to look for young lord just now. Young lord was originally practicing his swordsmanship and did not receive visitors, but Lu Tianji insisted on seeing young lord and even provoke young lord. Chu Li looked at him lazily. Xiao San continued. After he met the young master, he insulted him and kept provoking the young master. In the end, the young master pulled out his sword and stabbed him. Coincidentally, he was injured in his dantian. Chu Li waved his hand to interrupt Xiao San's words. Lu Tianji came to look for me on the eve of the competition. Could it be to improve our relationship? He wants to test my strength. If my martial arts skill is not strong, he will definitely win. But if my martial arts skill is stronger than his, he will let Hu Huarong injure me, and then he will win. Don't talk nonsense, Zhuge Feng said in a deep voice. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Chu Li laughed and looked at Murong Chun and Xiao Liyan. Elders, do you believe that he is a good person and wants to talk to me through the night? Well, Murong Chun said, these speculations cannot be proven. If Elder Hu comes, it would be useless to say this because Elder Hu will definitely not let this go. Chu Li smiled. He is the mastermind. How can he let this go? You. Zhuge Feng pointed at him. A little impatience will spoil a great plan. Since you can see through his thoughts, then just fool him a little. You can show your power during the competition. Why do you have to create such a mess? Chu Li said, he kept provoking me, and this is the consequence of angering me. Just treat it as a fart. Zhuge Feng said in a deep voice, You just can't keep your cool. Chu Li said, he said that I am not your flesh and blood. I am born from my mother with another man. Bang! Zhuge Feng slammed the armrest of the armchair. Crash! The armchair fell apart and became a pile of broken wood. Zhuge Feng stood up and laughed coldly. Did he really say that? Chu Li said, would I make this up? An evil person, he deserves to die. Zhuge Feng said coldly, you should have killed him with one strike. Chu Li looked at Murong Chun and Xiao Liyan. Murong Chun and the other 5 showed an angry expression. Lu Tianji's words touched their sore spot. They all respected and loved Zhuge Tian's mother and could not tolerate such slander and humiliation. It seemed that if they were present, they would have done it too. Chu Li said, after hearing this, I am not worthy to be his son. I did not kill him because I wanted to save Elder Hu's face. Damn it, Zhuge Feng scoffed. Young master is right to cripple him. Some things can be tolerated, but some things cannot. Murong Chun scoffed. This Lu Tianji has ulterior motives. It is better to cripple him. What do you think, Hill Master? Zhuge Feng said coldly. Looks like we have to consider transferring Elder Hu back. Everyone shook their heads. If it was that easy, he would have been transferred back long ago. Chu Li said, I want to pay a visit to Elder Hu and apologize. Apologize for what? Zhuge Feng scoffed. You did nothing wrong. Chu Li shook his head. After all, I still have to apologize for crippling his disciple. Hill Master, elders, I will take my leave first. He closed fists, saluted, and lazily left the main hall. Murong Chun smiled. Young master is methodical and has improved greatly. Nonsense. Zhuge Feng scoffed. I am afraid that young master will not be able to get away with it, Murong Chun said. With Elder Hu's temper, How could he not make a move? Since he dared to go, he must be able to protect himself, Zhuge Feng said. If he can't win, he can run. Everyone nodded. Chu Li came to Hu Huarong's courtyard and raised his voice. Junior Zhuge Tian greets, Elder. Come in, Hu Huarong said calmly. Chu Li waved his hand to let Xiao Xin stay outside. He stepped into the courtyard and saw Hu Huarong sitting at the stone table. Lu Qianji looked at him calmly, as if the previous scene had never happened, and he was not angry. Hu Huarong's eyes were probing as he asked warmly, Young master, why are you looking for me? Chu Li closed fists saluted. I am here to ask for forgiveness. I crippled Brother Lu and wasted Elder Hu's efforts. I have sinned. It's nothing. I've already healed Tianji's injury. His cultivation level is not completely destroyed. He will recover in a few days, Hu Huarong said. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. I did not expect Elder Hu to have such a panacea. It seems that even the Hill Master does not have one. It was a gift from an old friend. Hu Huarong frowned as he heard the sinister tone in Chu Li's words. Chu Li said, Then congratulations, Brother Lu. You have regained your cultivation level. Lu Tianji said lightly, Young master, I will repay you for what you have today. Chu Li smiled. All right, I will wait for you. I wonder how many more of these panacea Elder Hu has. Hu Huarong said, This medicine is rare and difficult to cultivate. I only have one, and I have already given it to Tianji. Chapter 663. Just as Lu Tianji was about to speak, a cold light flashed. The dense cold air had already entered his throat, as if it was frozen, and he was unable to make sound. His reaction was extremely fast. He subconsciously retreated and raised his head. Swoosh! Chu Li pulled out his sword and retreated. The tip of the sword pulled out from Lu Tianji's dantian. Chu Li took a step back and lightly shook the blade of the sword. The blade of the sword regained its snow-white luster. Then, he sheathed the sword and calmly looked at Lu Tianji. Lu Tianji clutched his lower abdomen and widened his eyes. You! Hu Huarong slammed the stone table. Bang! The stone table cracked and collapsed into a pile on the ground. Hu Huarong glared at Chu Li. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Chu Li smiled and said, That's right. If your martial arts is crippled, then it's useless. It's best to cultivate from the beginning. Only by honing yourself properly can you become someone great. Zhuge Tian, Hu Huarong's lips were trembling and his entire body was shaking. You, how dare you? Chu Li replied, He's still a far cry from your master and disciple. He plotted against me and even attacked my mother. I'm already being merciful by not killing him. Considering that we're from the same sect, he would have been dead if he was an outer sect disciple. You actually dare to make a move in front of this old man. Hu Huarong angrily shouted. Do you not put this old man in your eyes? Chu Li said, Does Elder Hu have any respect for my late mother? Insulting the ancestors, this is the kind of disciple you taught, Elder Hu. In order to achieve his goal, he will do anything. Hu Huarong scoffed. This old man is an elder. Can I say a few words to her? You took advantage of your seniority and disobeyed the Hill Master's orders. The root of Crouching Bull Mountain's decline lies with you. Chu Li scoffed coldly. Because your cultivation level is high and you've lived for a long time, you think that you can order around and make the Hill Master listen to you. You want to be the Grand Hill Master. You make it sound better than a song. You say that everything is for the sake of Crouching Bull Mountain, but in reality, you just want to satisfy your own power. Why does an old man like you have to talk about my late mother? Good. Today, I will clean up the mess on behalf of Mountain Chieftain. Hu Huarong's killing intent was aroused, crippling his own disciple in front of him. If he didn't make a move, how could he face the world? Chu Li scoffed coldly. I'm a next Hill Master. You dare to kill me? From today onwards, you are not. Hu Huarong shouted and punched. It was the Crouching Bull Punch. Chu Li scoffed. If that's the case, you can accompany your disciple. He dodged the Crouching Bull Punch and instantly appeared behind Hu Huarong, thrusting his sword forward. Hu Huarong ducked and dodged. His body swelled up and his aura surged. Vaguely, he seemed to have transformed into a green ox. He lowered his head and raised his horns, roaring at the sky to resist the will of the heavens. An indescribable aura pervaded the air and became stronger and stronger. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Did this old man successfully cultivate the crouching bull power? Chu Li snorted and retracted his sword light. His sword light turned into a cold star and pierced towards Hu Huarong's throat. Hu Huarong's inner force surged, and his movements were faster than usual. His aged movements were even more agile and nimble than a monkey's. Boundless power filled his body, and he slapped the tip of the sword with his palm. The tip of the sword abruptly sank and suddenly sped up, instantly piercing into Hu Huarong's dantian. Moo! It was as if a dull bull's roar was heard. Hu Huarong's clothes fluttered in the wind. He felt as if his sword could not pierce through. It was as if an invisible force was blocking the tip of the sword. It was unusually flexible. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and condensed his inner force. Zheng! The sword let out a clear sound and sank. How dare you! Hu Huarong roared fiercely with his eyes wide open. Chu Li pulled out his sword and retreated. He gently shook the long sword. The shiny blade was not stained with blood, and he returned it to its scabbard. Master! Lu Tianji cried out involuntarily. Hu Huarong roared at the sky. The huge aura around his body quickly weakened. His clothes stuck to his body, and the wrinkles on his face increased rapidly. It was as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. Master! Lu Tianji hurried forward to support him and quickly pressed on his dantian. However, because his inner force had disappeared, his finger force was ineffective. He hurriedly took out some medicine, but realized that Hu Huarong's wound was not bleeding. It was as if he was not injured at all. Hu Huarong had white hair and a youthful complexion a moment ago, but now he looked old. The exuberant energy from before had disappeared. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. Chu Li said lightly, "Looks like Elder who has successfully cultivated the crouching bull power." Hu Huarong's eyes dimmed, and he looked at him numbly. Crouching bull power? He. Chu Li read from his mind that this was indeed the crouching bull power. However, he did not manage to cultivate it, as he was not qualified enough. Moreover, although the crouching bull power he obtained was more than half of the crouching bull mountain, it was not complete. The sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Chu Li turned his head and saw Zhuge Feng and the other 6 rushing over. They heard Hu Huarong's roar and rushed over. They did not come earlier because they wanted to avoid arousing suspicion and avoid being scolded by Hu Huarong. They were sure that even if Chu Li fought, he would not be in danger and would be able to escape. They did not expect to hear Hu Huarong's roar. It sounded like he was at a disadvantage. Zhuge Feng and the other 6 approached and closed fist saluted. Elder Hu. They saw that Hu Huarong's complexion was different. It did not look like he had a deep inner force. It was as if he had lost his cultivation. He looked old and weak. Elder Hu, what's wrong? Zhuge Feng hurriedly asked. What's wrong? Huh? Hu Huarong laughed at the sky. I must have been blind. I deserve this outcome. Zhuge Feng turned to look at Chu Li. What happened? Chu Li lazily said, nothing much. Elder Hu wanted to accompany his disciple and crippled his martial arts to cultivate again. What a deep relationship between a master and his disciple. I am very impressed. You. Lu Tianji stared at him coldly. Chu Li said, then I can only fulfill Elder Hu's wish and let this story be told. You crippled Elder Hu's martial arts. Zhuge Feng shouted. Chu Li lazily nodded. Evil creature. Zhuge Feng angrily scolded. How dare you be so presumptuous? Chu Li sighed. It was my fault. Elder Hu, please don't take it to heart. Elder Hu. Zhuge Feng's heart was filled with joy, but his face showed a pained expression. It was my fault for not teaching my son properly and caused such a disaster. Elder Hu, please don't be calculated with him. Please take care and don't get angry and hurt your body. Huh? Hu Huarong waved his hand and pushed away Lu Tianji's support. He shook his head and sighed. I have worked hard for the sect all my life, but in the end, I ended up like this. I feel sorry for myself. He glanced at the crowd and sighed. The young lord that was elected by everyone is so cruel. I am afraid that what I am now will be the outcome for all of you in the future. Chu chuckled. Elder who seems to be so obedient. You used your age to act like a tyrant and stood on your own in the surpassing state. They don't have that kind of ability. You should have thought of this outcome today. Zhuge Tian, I will never agree to you becoming the next hill master, Hu Huarong said in a low voice. Chu Li said, you should stay here and recuperate your body. Don't wander around. What are you doing? Hu Huarong said coldly. Chu Li said, you don't have to return to the surpassing state. You are old and should return to your roots. Chapter 664. Zhuge Feng coughed lightly and looked at the other 6 elders. What do you think, elders? They were hesitant. Hu Huarong and the others used the surpassing state to fight against the sect. They vaguely wanted to split the sect and become independent. Crippling their martial arts was not an exaggeration. The young lord's action was satisfying, but Hu Huarong was not the only one in the surpassing state. There was another elder, Jin Yi. Jin Yi was the most difficult to deal with. If Hu Huarong stayed, Jin Yi would definitely cause trouble. Jin Yi's cultivation level was higher than Hu Huarong's. Although the young lord crippled Hu Huarong, it was another matter if he could deal with Jin Yi. Moreover, the 2 strongest elders in the sect were crippled. If they crippled the other, their strength would be empty. Someone might want to take advantage of the situation. They had many things to think about, so they were hesitant. Chu Li scoffed. What else is there to think about? Keeping him in the sect is already very lenient. If we let him go, we will be too weak. Sigh. Murong Chun shook his head and sighed. Elder Hu, everyone misses you. Elder Hu, you have a lot of experience in martial arts. You're the best to teach the younger generation. Staying in the surpassing state is a waste. I am also teaching the younger generation in the surpassing state. Hu Huarong sneered. You have guts. Murong Chun said, the teaching at the beginning of cultivation is the most important. Elder Hu, you're the most suitable. Hill Master, I think we should talk to Elder Jin and ask Elder Hu to stay. It's better to stay, Xiao Yan said. Sigh. If that's the case, then I'll write a letter to Elder Jin and ask Elder Hu and Lu Tianji to stay in the sect and recover their martial arts. Zhuge Feng nodded and said, Elder Hu has been wronged. Hu Huarong shut his mouth and did not say anything else. He slowly closed his eyes. Elder Hu must be tired. Let's not disturb him. Let's go. Zhuge Feng said. Everyone left the courtyard. They all looked at Chu Li. Zhuge Feng scoffed. Let's go to the basilica. Chu Li said, there is nothing to say. Both master and disciple are not good people. They plotted against me. I am just returning the favor. Nonsense. Zhuge Feng scoffed. You crippled him just like that. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Chu Li said, they shouldn't have provoked me. Goodbye. He left as soon as he finished speaking. Xiao Xin quickly cupped his fists at everyone and followed behind. Zhuge Feng looked at Chu Li's back and sighed. Hill Master, the young lord's temper is supported by his martial arts. He might be able to raise the morale of the Crouching Bull Mountain, Murong Chun said. In the future, no one will dare to provoke us. He's too good at causing trouble and isn't scrupulous. Zhuge Feng shook his head. If he meets a top-notch master, I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage. They were broken because they weren't strong enough, Murong Chun said. Crouching Bull Mountain has had enough. It's time for us to be strong. You guys. Zhuge Feng shook his head. He felt that the reason why his son was able to obtain their support was because of his martial arts, but also because of his temper. They had all had enough of their anger and could not wait to vent it out. This was not a good thing, as it could easily cause a disaster and lead to death. In the evening, Zhou Heng and Chu Daji arrived at the restaurant in the ravine. As soon as they entered the restaurant, they saw Duan Wuya, Huang Tao, and Li Weiran sitting at a table by the window. They were having a heated discussion with the disciples around them. When they saw the two enter, everyone stopped talking and greeted them. To normal disciples, Zhou Heng and Duan Wu could not be offended. Even if they were biased, they still had to be polite. Zhou Heng and Chu Daji sat at an empty table and ordered a few dishes to go with the wine. Then they looked around. Li Weiran came to their table and sat down. He scoffed. "Brother Zhou, Brother Chu, have you heard about the young lord? What is it?" Chu Daji asked. They really did not know what was going on. When Murong Liang dragged them to meet the Hill Master, they almost offended the young lord. Out of anger, they left Murong Liang and hid at home to train their martial arts. Li Weiran said, "The young lord crippled Elder Hu Huarong's martial arts." Elder Hu Huarong? Chu Daji was shocked. How was that possible? It's absolutely true. Li Weiran scoffed. Other than Elder Jin, the elder with the highest seniority in our sect is Elder Hu. However, the young lord crippled Elder Hu's martial arts. It's unbelievable. Zhou Heng asked why. It seems that Elder Hu's disciple, Lu Qianji, also wanted to fight for the next Hill Master and had a conflict with the young lord. Therefore, the young lord crippled Lu Qianji's martial arts first, and then crippled Elder Hu's martial arts. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. This is too violent. Li Weiran shook his head and sighed. If this goes on, he'll be the only one in our sect who has the final say. No one else will dare to speak up. Otherwise, he'll cripple their martial arts again. That's not true. Zhou Heng shook his head. The young lord is not that extreme. It must be Elder Hu and the others who provoked the young lord. It's just a fight for the next Hill Master's position. Li Weiran scoffed. Everyone will rely on their own abilities. We also believe that the Hill Master will not be biased. However, why did he cripple the martial arts of his fellow disciples, and even the elders? Zhou Heng asked, "Does anyone know why the young lord crippled their martial arts?" Li Weiran shook his head. No, but no matter what, he can't cripple their martial arts. He even crippled the elders' martial arts because of their insubordination. We don't dare to accept such a Hill Master. Everyone nodded. Although the young lord's martial arts were extremely high and he had defeated all the experts of a younger generation, his temperament was eccentric and his methods were violent. They were worried that if he really became the Hill Master, he would be too strict with his subordinates and they would not have a good life. Zhou Heng said in a low voice, "You don't understand the young lord at all. He's a very wise person, and he's involved in the struggle between the upper echelons. The inside story is very deep, and we don't understand it all. It's like looking at flowers in the fog. We can't see clearly, and we can't just follow the crowd. Anyway, we don't like the young lord and don't want him to be the next Hill Master." Li Weiran pouted. "We can't just take over the position just because he's the Hill Master's son, right? That's too childish." Zhou Heng glanced at Duan Tianya and Huang Tao, who were not far away, and said coldly, "Who spread this news?" "I don't know." Li Weiran said, "Do you think it's us? This is unjust. Duan Tianya can't be the Hill Master." Zhou Heng said, "Why not?" Li Weiran said, "Senior brother Duan's martial arts are strong, and he has a good character. We can rest assured that he'll be the Hill Master." Zhou Heng shook his head. "If you don't want to harm senior brother Duan, then be more honest. Don't encourage him, or else you'll end up like Lu Qianji." I don't think you would dare," Li Weiran said. Zhou Heng smiled and did not say anything else. If he dared to cripple the elders' martial arts, then he would not dare to cripple a disciple. Did they think that the young lord was the kind of person who would care about what others thought? Chapter 665. He vaguely felt that something was not right. There was an undercurrent in all of this. It was as if someone was deliberately discrediting the young lord, targeting him, and provoking the disciples to be hostile towards the young lord. He did not know who it was, but no matter how he thought about it, it could not be Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya did not have the guts to do this, so it could not be Murong Liang. Who could it be? Chu Daji stared at Li Weiran angrily. "These people are crazy. Don't be a busybody." Zhou Heng shook his head. "Let them say what they want. Don't get involved. I'm just worried that if this goes on, the elders won't be able to suppress it." Chu Daji scoffed. "We can't just beat everyone up. Even if we beat them up, they won't change their minds. Someone is deliberately provoking them." Zhou Heng shook his head. I'll go back and tell my father that they will investigate carefully and find this person. He's using everyone to stir up trouble. How despicable. Yes, find him. Chu Daji scoffed. Suddenly, a young disciple ran into the restaurant and shouted, Elder Jean is back. Everyone immediately looked over. Most innate masters would enter the surpassing state once a year and stay there for a month. During that time, they would be personally taught by the two elders and were grateful to them. They were unhappy that Chu Li had crippled Elder Hu's martial arts. Now that they heard that the other elder of the surpassing state, Jin Yi, had arrived, everyone's spirits were lifted. They felt that they would definitely seek justice for Elder Hu and punish the young lord so that he would not be so lawless again. Zhou Hang frowned. This was troublesome. Chu Daji said, Brother Zhou, let's go see the young lord. Zhou Hang nodded. The two of them went downstairs and went straight to Chu Li's courtyard. When they arrived, they saw Qiao San guarding the door. Qiao San saw them and nodded. Young lord, do you know that Elder Jean is here? Chu Daji asked. Qiao San nodded. Young lord, why aren't you hiding? Chu Daji shouted. Chu Li's voice was heard. What are you panicking for? Go do what you need to do. Don't worry. Chu Daji said. Young lord, Elder Jean is the #1 master in our sect. I'd like to meet this #1 master. Chu Li said. Chu Daji said, Elder Jin's prestige is extremely high. If you defeat him, you won't have a good ending. Everyone will hate you even more. Chu Li scoffed softly and did not say anything else. Qiao San said in a low voice, Go back first. Young lord knows what to do. Zhou Hang said, Young master, be careful. This Elder Jean is very overbearing. Chu Li's voice was heard. After the two of them left, Qiao San said, Young lord, let's listen to the hill master and hide from this old man. Come in, Chu Li said. Qiao San pushed the door open and entered. Chu Li stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be deep in thought. This time, I'll listen to you and leave for a while. Thank you, young master. Qiao San was overjoyed. Chu Li said, If that man with the surname Jean is too arrogant, I'll deal with him when I return. Qiao San hurriedly waved his hand. If you really fight with Elder Jean, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire sect. You mustn't. Chu Li scoffed. They're all a bunch of trash. Qiao San smiled bitterly. Young lord, you can't say that. Chu Li said, I can't be bothered with this nonsense. I'll teach them a lesson in the future. I'll leave first. Young lord, just hide for a few days. Elder Jean won't stay for long. He still needs to return to the surpassing state. Qiao San said in a low voice, He's definitely worried about the surpassing state. He's afraid that the hill master will force him to stay like he did with Elder Hu. Elder Hu can't be let go, Chu Li said. Qiao San said, We can only rely on the hill master. Chu Li waved his hand and glided over the wall before disappearing. The main hall was a little dark. The setting sun shone on the windows, making the room feel gloomy. Other than Zhuge Feng and the others, there was also a short, round-faced old man. His eyes were drowsy as if he could not open them, but the look in his drowsy eyes was so real that it was frightening. He faced the 7 of them alone. His aura was overpowering. He said coldly, Tell me, how should we deal with this young lord? Elder Jean, the young lord actually did nothing wrong. Murong Chun said, It was Liu Tianji who went too far. He humiliated the young lord's late mother in front of everyone. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have stopped him. There's nothing wrong with fighting, but his martial arts will be crippled. He was so cruel to his fellow disciples. If we don't punish him severely, all the disciples will follow suit, and the crouching bull mountain will fall apart. Genie said coldly. He did not wait for the others to speak, and said in a low voice, What's worse is that he offended his superiors and crippled the elders' martial arts. How can you elders tolerate this? Are you saying that any disciple can fight with you, and that's not wrong? But Elder Hui, Murong Chun said. Jean, you waved his hand. No matter what the reason is, as a disciple of the Crouching Bull Mountain, he offended his superiors and injured an elder. This is a serious crime. Do you have any doubts? Elder Jean is right. He must be punished severely. Zhuge Feng nodded slowly. The others looked at him anxiously. Genie was right, but things were not that simple. It involved the fight for the next hill master. Moreover, they were the first to use despicable methods. They only had themselves to blame. Genie said, "I'll talk about the punishment. Listen carefully." The others were stunned. Genie said, "Take away his identity as the next hill master." The others panicked. Genie waved his hand and scoffed. "I'm not done." His aura was intimidating. The others could not help but shut their mouths. Genie said, "Cripple his martial arts." He waved his hand again and stopped them from saying anything else. He said in a low voice, "Expel him from the crouching bull mountain." Elder Jean, the punishment is too heavy. Murong Chun shook his head. Genie scoffed. "He's so arrogant and disobedient. Does he have the right to be the next hill master? If he harms his fellow disciples, his martial arts will be crippled. If he offends his superiors, he will be expelled from the crouching bull mountain. These are clearly written in the rules of the sect. Did I show any favoritism?" Murong Chun quickly said, "Elder Jean, there's a reason for this. The punishment can be reduced. No matter what the reason is, the rules are the rules." Jean Yi scoffed. "There's a reason for this and that. Where are the rules of the sect? Is he above the rules just because he's the young lord?" Xiao Lian said, "Elder Jean, although the young lord is in the wrong, the crouching bull mountain is indebted to him. It's disappointing to punish him so mercilessly. The merits and demerits cannot be offset." Jean Yi shook his head. "It's not just him. Even if I broke the rules, I have to be punished according to the rules. There are no exceptions." The others were speechless. Jean Yi said, "Then it's decided. Hill Master, do you have any objections? Forget about his martial arts. Just expel him from the sect." Zhuge Feng said plainly. Jean Yi said, "He committed 2 serious crimes. The sect has its own rules for how to punish him. Are you going to show favoritism?" Zhuge Feng said, "In order to save me, he used an adversity-surpassing pill. That should be enough to atone for 1 crime, right? All right. If that's the case, expel him from the sect." Jean Yi said coldly. Everyone sighed inwardly and remained silent. Jean Yi said, "Someone, bring Zhuge Tian here." Chapter 666. A moment later, 2 middle-aged men in purple robes returned to the main hall and closed fists saluted. "Elder, Zhuge Tian has escaped. His personal scribe, Qiao San, is here. He has been brought here. Elder, please deal with him." "Qiao San, come in," Jean Yi said. Qiao San strode into the main hall and closed fists saluted. He then stood aside respectfully. "What's going on?" "Qiao San, where's Zhuge Tian?" Jean Yi scoffed. His gaze was cold. Qiao San said respectfully, "Elder Jean, the young lord has left the mountain to travel." "Left the mountain? When did this happen?" Jean Yi scoffed. "The young lord has just left the mountain, and Elder Jean is already here." "What a coincidence," Qiao San said. "Humph. So you know what a coincidence is." Jean Yi smirked. "He heard the news and escaped, right?" Qiao San said, "The young lord doesn't know that Elder Jean is here." "Where did he go?" Jean Yi scoffed. "Don't tell me you don't know." Qiao San said, "The young lord said that he will travel around the public house. If he's in the mood, he will visit the Skyward Palace." "Visit the Skyward Palace?" Jean Yi shook his head. "How arrogant." Everyone looked at him in confusion. Jean Yi scoffed. "He wants to take back the second half of the Crouching Bull inside, right?" Everyone nodded. Jean Yi scoffed. "From what I know, there's a peerless genius hiding in the Skyward Palace. He hasn't shown himself for a long time, but when he does, he will amaze the world. He's asking to be humiliated if he wants to challenge us." "Which peerless genius is it?" Murong Chun asked. Jean Yi shook his head. "I don't know his name, but he's a powerful person. Zhuge Tian escaped. If that's the case, let's announce it right away. We'll banish him from the sect." Xiao Lian said, "Elder Jean, in my opinion, there's no rush to announce it. It won't be too late to announce it when the young lord returns to the sect." Jean Yi looked at Xiao Lian with his sleepy eyes. "Young Xia, you're trying to cover this up while I'm back, am I right?" Xiao Lian waved his hand and smiled. Elder Jean, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Just wait for a while. The young master usually doesn't take too long to travel down the mountain. He'll be back in 10 days to half a month. 10 days to half a month. Jean Yi sneered and said, if someone were to inform them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to return even after 10 days to half a month. Moreover, if I leave the surpassing state, what if something happens? With the protection of the formation, how could anything happen? Xiao Lian said disapprovingly. Elder Jean, you are too nervous. Let's do it this way. Elder Jean, you stay for a while so that we can personally listen to your teachings. Elder who has stayed behind. Elder Jean should accompany him as well, lest he gets used to being alone, Morong Chun said. Jean Yi swept a cold glance at everyone and snorted. Don't play any tricks. If I'm not around, none of you can enter the surpassing state. Got it, got it. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Chuli appeared in the backyard of the Rin public house in a flash. The setting sun dyed the backyard rose. Lu Yurong's white tunic fluttered in the wind as she practiced her palm technique. Her movements were light and graceful, as if she was a fairy. She was not tainted by any worldly aura, as if she was a fairy who had descended to the world. Seeing Chu Li's appearance, Lu Yurong's 9 beautiful maids glanced at him faintly and looked away as if they did not see him. Lu Yurong leaped lightly and glided over 100 feet. She landed in the gazebo and sat in front of Chu Li. A faint fragrance drifted into his nose and was refreshing. Chu Li smiled at her. You don't come here for no reason. What brings you here today? Lu Yurong smiled faintly as she sized him up with her watery eyes. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. It's really nothing important. I just came for a walk. Lu Yurong chuckled. I understand. It's because of Shao Qi. Chu Li looked at her helplessly. Lu Yurong said, Shao Qi is cultivating the regal sword scripture, right? Could it be that she has already succeeded in cultivating it? You know about the regal sword scripture too? Chu Li was stunned. How can I not know? Lu Yurong's eyes turned cold. Shao Qi's mother and aunt obtained it from the ancient ruins. It's an ancient antique study. If it wasn't for the regal sword scripture, Shao Qi would have been killed by me. Chu Li shook his head. Your killing intent is too heavy. The regal sword scripture cuts one's emotions. Do you know how to break it? Lu Yurong suddenly laughed. Her laughter was alluring and flirtatious. Chu Li looked at her angrily. Lu Yurong laughed until tears came out her eyes. She wiped the corners of her eyes and stopped laughing. Her white, jade-like face was already flushed red. You lost to the regal sword scripture. Lu Yurong laughed. It's so interesting. Chu Li scoffed. I don't think it's interesting. All right. Lu Yurong tried hard to stop laughing. She took a deep breath. Her chest rose and fell violently. Looks like Shao Qi's regal sword scripture has already been mastered. Chu Li nodded. Lu Yurong said, from what I know, the regal sword scripture is a grandmaster's antique study. It's similar to my technique. It relies on the state of mind to advance the cultivation. Her state of mind of the regal sword of oblivion is stable. She can cut off the emotions between you and her. She has no feelings for you now, right? Chu Li sighed and nodded. She's just an acquaintance. It's easy to break her state of mind. Lu Yurong said. Chu Li quickly stood up and stared at her eagerly. Lu Yurong looked at him with a faint smile. Chu Li nodded. All right, I owe you a favor. Lu Yurong laughed. After I tell you, you can't go back on your words. Chu Li waved his hand and pondered. Since she said so, it meant that the method was simple. He just didn't think that he could think of it so quickly. Lu Yurong coughed and said before he could, just cripple her martial arts. Chu Li scoffed. I knew that. He had just thought of it, but Lu Yurong said it before he could. Lu Yurong looked at him and said nothing. Chu Li said, tell me another way. Are you a man or not? Lu Yurong looked at him and said in disdain. Chu Li sighed. All right, one favor. Is there any other way? The second favor, Lu Yurong said. Chu Li stared at her flirtatious face. Lu Yurong looked at him with a faint smile. Do you want to hear it? All right, 2 in total. Chu Li said through gritted teeth. Lu Yurong was taking advantage of the situation, but it was not a big deal. He could always find a chance to get back at her. Lu Yurong smiled. All right, I was just teasing you. Count it as one. As far as I know, the Amethyst Mountain has a mystical technique called the Nature Restoration Manifestation. It can help you experience different states of mind. If you can cultivate the Nature Restoration Manifestation, you can find the weakness of Shao-Chi's state of mind. The Nature Restoration Manifestation. Chu Li frowned. Why haven't I heard of it? The four major sects have many mystical and antique techniques. Many of them have not been cultivated for a long time, so long that you will forget about their existence. Lu Yurong shook her head. The Amethyst Mountain being one of the four major sects is not a fluke. What is the core technique of the Amethyst Mountain? Chu Li asked. Chapter 667. Chu Li frowned. Why haven't I heard of the 12 Peaks? I think they only have the Phantom Een technique. Amethyst Mountain is mostly disciples of the Phantom Een Peak. Lu Yurong nodded. People almost treat the disciples of the Phantom Een Peak as disciples of the Amethyst Mountain and forget about the other 11 peaks. Is it extinct? Chu Li asked. Lu Yurong shook her head. It's impossible because they could not enter the dojo and could not leave the mountain. Chu Li pondered. Then which peak does the Nature Restoration Manifestation belong to? The Nature Restoration Manifestation. Lu Yurong said, the Nature Restoration Manifestation has always been one of the weaker peaks in the Amethyst Mountain because it's too difficult to cultivate. It's impossible for you to cultivate it, so just give up. The Nature Restoration Manifestation. Chu Li was deep in thought. Lu Yurong said, to destroy the state of mind, one is to start with the cultivation level of martial arts. The cultivation level is the foundation. Without the cultivation level, it's hard to maintain the state of mind. The other is to start with the state of mind. Every state of mind has a weakness. Find it, and you can break it. You don't want Shao-Chi's cultivation level to go down the drain? Of course. Chu Li scoffed. You want to break the state of mind, but you also have compassion for the fairer sex. Lu Yurong shook her head. You're asking for trouble. There's always a way. Chu Li scoffed. Since you have compassion for the fairer sex, I'll tell you a taboo. Lu Yurong said, after destroying your cultivation level and breaking the state of mind, you can't use spirit medicine to restore your cultivation level, or you'll go mad. To keep your cultivation level, you can only attack the state of mind. I know you're resourceful, and you might be able to get the life-returning pill from the Tempest Temple. That's why I'm warning you, don't try to cheat. Chu Li nodded slowly. He really did think of that. Lu Yurong smiled faintly. Then I'll wait and see how you're going to break her state of mind. Chu Li changed the topic. He did not want to see her smile anymore and scoffed. Is it because the four major sects have the Grandmaster study and the first-rate sect have the Spirit Beast martial arts? You really want to go against nature and become a god? Lu Yurong immediately caught his thoughts. Chu Li said, I'm lacking in common knowledge. This is not common knowledge. Lu Yurong rolled her eyes at him and said, You think everyone knows this? Chu Li smiled. He did not know how Lu Yurong knew about these secrets. It was like a treasure chest that could not be emptied no matter how hard one tried. Lu Yurong said, Among the four major sects, 3 of them base their heart techniques on Grandmaster's martial arts. Only one of them focuses on Spirit Beast martial arts, and that's Green Deer Cliff. Green Deer Cliff? Chu Li was shocked. Could it be that they use Spirit Deer as their antique study? Lu Yurong shook her head. They are based on the Spirit Cranes. Spirit Crane? Chu Li nodded without batting an eyelid. Could it be that the Spirit Crane ultimate technique is the most powerful? Lu Yurong said, Among the spiritual beasts, the Spirit Crane is not the strongest, but it is the most detached. It has almost no natural enemies and can roam freely between heaven and earth. Hence, it has a long lifespan, which is why Green Deer Cliff chose the name of the Spirit Crane. Most importantly, it is easy to enter the 100,000 mountains by practicing the martial arts of the Spirit Crane, and it will not be seen as an enemy by other spiritual beasts. Chu Li nodded slowly. Did any of them cultivate the Spirit Crane martial art and become an enlightened master? 2. Lu Yurong nodded. Chu took a deep breath and said, Spirit Crane. However, the martial arts of the Spirit Crane is more difficult than other spiritual beasts. Other spiritual beasts only need the aura to master the martial arts, but the martial arts of the Spirit Crane requires the state of mind. It is more like the martial arts of the Grandmasters. It requires the carefree state of mind of the Spirit Crane. Lu Yurong shook her head. Moreover, those who are successful in their cultivation usually do not want to leave the mountain and disturb their carefree state. They prefer to live like wild cranes, which is why it is rare to see disciples of Green Deer Cliff. Chu said, It seems that joining Green Deer Cliff is the right path. Green Deer Cliff is most particular about the foundation and the state of mind. The number of disciples they have is comparable to the Titanium Temple. Lu Yurong shook her head. Do you want to join Green Deer Cliff? Chu smiled. Is there any hope of success? Impossible. Lu Yurong pursed her lips and smiled. If you practice other martial arts, Green Deer Cliff will not accept you, so you should just give up. Chu sighed and nodded. Spirit Cranes. He now had the Spirit Cranes Peak and the Spirit Cranes as friends. If he could cultivate the martial arts of the Spirit Crane, it would be a shortcut. Lu Yurong said, Perfecting the martial arts of spirit beasts is more difficult than the martial arts of grandmasters. It requires a wide range of martial arts. Take the disciples of Green Deer Cliff, for example. Their basic heart technique is the Spirit Crane technique, and they have to cultivate various martial arts to understand the true meaning of each martial art to improve the Spirit Crane technique. It is not possible to just rely on the state of mind. From what I know, Green Deer Cliff disciples have to cultivate at least 4 spirit beast antique studies to have any hope of perfecting it. Cultivating 1 will never achieve perfection, and 2 is almost impossible. There's a slight hope for 3, and 4 is the most suitable. Chu said, If that is the case, Green Deer Cliff has many antique studies. All 4 major sects are the same. They do not lack martial arts, they lack disciples. Lu Yurong said. Chu nodded slowly. But you don't necessarily have to cultivate 4. You're smart. Cultivate a few more and you'll advance faster. Lu Yurong smiled. If you can learn the martial arts of Green Deer Cliff and the antique studies of Li Dynasty's White Tiger sect, then supplement it with other martial arts, I think you'll achieve perfection in no time. Oh, Chu's eyes flashed. Lu Yurong could not help but laugh. You really took it seriously? That's impossible. Not to mention how strict the 2 sects are in selecting their disciples. They know each other very well. Green Deer Cliff only has a few disciples, and White Tiger sect is the same. It's impossible for them to switch to another sect. Chu asked, Has no one ever succeeded? Not even one. Lu Yurong shook her head. These are 2 completely different martial arts. One is free and quiet, while the other is fierce and aggressive. No one can have both temperaments. Chu nodded thoughtfully and smiled. What about second young master? Lu Yurong scoffed. He's a good-for-nothing. He listens to women and has no opinion of his own. That's a good thing. Chu smiled. He's turning over a new leaf. Ji Ryu is quite law-abiding. Otherwise, there would be no peace in the residence. Lu Yurong shook her head. What a good-for-nothing. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xia Lian flew out and crashed heavily into a vermilion pillar in the main hall. The pillar made a muffled sound and dust fell. He spat out a mouthful of blood and sat under the pillar with a bitter smile. He raised his head to look at the few people who were still standing. Moron Chun, Zhuge Feng, and Jin Yi. Opposite them stood a young man in a sapphire blue robe. His appearance was almost identical to Lu Tianji, but he was a few years older. His physique was slightly more muscular. If one did not look closely, it would be easy to miss him and mistake him for Lu Tianji. The young man closed fists, saluted, and smiled. Elder Xia, I'm sorry, Xia Lian said in a muffled voice. Young Master Xiong has great martial arts. He looked at the 4 elders lying on the ground. They were defeated by Xiong Feng. Just like him, they were sent flying and fell to the ground, unable to fight anymore. Zhuge Feng said in a low voice, Is this the heaven-crushing palm of Skyward Palace? Yes. Xiong Feng smiled and looked at him. Next, I would like to experience the antique study of the Hill Master. Moron Chun said, I'll do it. The hill master has yet to recover from his injuries. He can't fight. Oh. Xiongfeng looked at Zhuge Feng from head to toe. His gaze was presumptuous as he laughed. I see. That's good, that's good. I'll take it as a serious injury. Chapter 668. Morong Chun scoffed. Do you think you're invincible and invincible in Crouching Bull Mountain? Why not? Don't forget the agreement between our sections. As long as someone can defeat all the other sects, the Crouching Bull insight will be given to them. Xiongfeng smiled. That's right. You haven't defeated everyone in Crouching Bull Mountain yet. Zhuge Feng scoffed. He looked at Jin Yi. Elder Jin, I'm afraid Morong will still lose. I'll have to trouble you. Jin Yi glanced at him and shook his head. Elder Jin? Zhuge Feng was confused. Jin Yi said in a low voice, It's useless. I'm no match for him. Elder Jin, how can you just admit defeat? We'll only know after we fight. Morong Chun quickly said. Jin Yi shook his head and sighed. All right, I'll have to fight him or I won't be satisfied. As he finished speaking, he slowly stood up. His aura rose as if he had turned into a green bull. His aura surged, and the entire hall was filled with a desolate aura. Everyone was shocked. This was the Crouching Bull Punch's divine will. Elder Jin had already practiced the Crouching Bull Punch to its peak and was almost perfected. He was so good that they were no match for him. Moo! Jin Yi punched, and the sound of his fist turned into a bull's roar. Xiongfeng laughed. Great fist technique. He spread his arms and punched. It did not look like he was punching, but more like he was grabbing something. Woo! With a sharp whistle, the fist force of the Crouching Bull Punch seemed to freeze in the air. Xiongfeng clenched his fingers. The howling stopped abruptly. Xiongfeng clenched his fist and punched. Bam! Jin Yi tried to block it, but was sent flying. He crashed straight into a red pillar in the hall. His short and small body bounced off the pillar and fell to the ground in a sorry state. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiongfeng laughed. Crouching Bull Mountain is just a name to scare people. He looked at Morong Chun. Elder Morong, do you want to fight? Morong Chun shook his head. Elder Jin lost. I'm no match for him. Xiongfeng looked at Zhuge Feng. Where's the hill master? He's heavily injured. Do you want me to stay here for a few days and wait for him to recover? Zhuge Feng stared at him with a steely expression. Xiongfeng laughed. Looks like Crouching Bull Mountain can't afford to lose and wants to go back on their words. Zhuge Feng took a deep breath and was about to speak. Morong Chun suddenly said, Wait, you haven't defeated everyone yet. Xiongfeng looked at him impatiently. Could it be the mountain chieftain? Then I will wait for a few days. Once mountain chieftain's martial arts have recovered, we will compete again. Morong Chun shook his head. Not the hill master. It's our young master, the next hill master. Xiongfeng laughed. Morong Chun said, If you can defeat the next hill master, we'll have nothing to say. We'll definitely hand over the first half of the Crouching Bull insight. Mountain chieftain, am I right? Elder Jin? Jin Yi closed his eyes and didn't say a word, pretending not to hear. Zhuge Feng said slowly, That's right. If you can defeat him, I will hand over the first half of the Crouching Bull insight. Good, great. Xiongfeng laughed. Where's this young lord? I can't wait to see the Crouching Bull insight. The young lord is not on the mountain now, Morong Chun said. Xiongfeng laughed again. Good move. Are you trying to kill me? The Crouching Bull Mountain will not do such a thing. Morong, ask Xiao San to call that brat back. Zhuge Feng scoffed. Yes. Morong Chun responded and closed fist saluted. Young Master Xiong, please wait. I'll wait. Morong Chun smiled. He looked at the elders in the hall. He was not afraid of Morong Chun playing tricks. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Li and Morong Chun arrived at the hall. When he was chatting with Lu Yurong at the Ren Public House, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He guessed that Crouching Bull Mountain was in trouble again, so he ran back. Xiao San was hurting himself again. Morong Chun was waiting there, so he rushed over. The young lord is here, Morong Chun said. Chu Li looked at Xiongfeng and smiled. Isn't this Lu Tianji? I'm Xiong Feng. Xiong Feng closed fist saluted. An official disciple of the Skyward Palace. Chu Li said, then you're Lu Tianji's brother, right? Well, Xiong Feng shook his head. I've been alone since I was young. How can I have a brother? Chu Li said lazily, you two brothers, one joined Crouching Bull Mountain and the other joined the Skyward Palace. The two of you combine what you got. What a brilliant plan. He turned his head to look at Genie. Elder Gene, you came up with this brilliant plan, right? Genie opened his eyes and said coldly, nonsense. Chu Li said, this move is really amazing. Elder Gene is really astute and farsighted. But unfortunately, Lu Tianji was crippled by me and ruined this flawless plan. Am I right? Genie sneered. The young lord is really indulging in fantasy. Chu Li said, Lu Tianji is Elder Hu's disciple, and this person should be Elder Jin's disciple, right? Elder Jin, you're really lucky. Your disciple entered the Skyward Palace and found out that he's a peerless genius. He's an official disciple of the Skyward Palace. Congratulations. What a joke, Jin Yi said in a low voice. Chu Li shook his head. It's fine if you don't say it. Since things have come to this, there's no point in saying all this. Let's see who's the real deal. You're Xiong Feng, right? Make your move. Xiong Feng smiled. You can think of this in such a short time. Your ability to make up stories is really brilliant. I'm very impressed. Chu Li smiled. You're the main character of the story. If you can really gather the Crouching Bull insight, will you really hand it over to your master? Or will you hand it over to the Skyward Palace and become the real palace leader of the Skyward Palace? I'll take it first. Xiong Feng smiled. As he spoke, he threw a punch. The turbulent energy poured out like a flood. Everyone in the main hall felt the pressure. Xiong Feng did not use his full strength before, so there was no such momentum. A cold light flashed at Chu Li's waist and turned into a cold star. It instantly broke through all obstacles and appeared in front of Xiong Feng's throat. Xiong Feng faced the tip of the sword in front of his throat. He did not panic and lightly slapped the tip of the sword with his palm. TSS. The tip of the sword pierced through his left palm without any hindrance and was still heading for his throat. Xiong Feng's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the sword force to be so sharp that his sky-piercing palm could not block it. He took a step back to avoid it. His left palm also wanted to free itself from the sword. TSS. The tip of the sword suddenly sped up. It cut through the air as if it was tearing clothes. It instantly pierced his shoulder. He wanted to avoid it, but he could not. The speed of the sword was beyond imagination. Xiong Feng had never seen such a fast sword. Chu Li took a step back and said, Do you want to go again? Watch my palm. Xiong Feng shouted. Both his palms suddenly expanded. The lines on his palms were clearly visible. The wounds on his left palm and left shoulder that exposed his bones had unknowingly closed up. They were no longer bleeding. His right palm slowly struck out. Woo! A shrill roar sounded like someone was howling at the sky. The force of the palm overflowed. The people around could not help but retreat. Their clothes fluttered as if there was a gust of wind rushing into the main hall. Chu Li's sword turned into a cold light and instantly pierced the center of his palm. TSS. The tip of the sword came out from the back of his palm. His enlarged right palm immediately returned to its original size, like a deflated balloon. Chu Li pulled out his sword and retreated. The wound on his right palm exposed the white bones. Blood kept flowing out. Chu Li looked at his wound. Do you want to go again? I've lost. Xiong Feng smiled. He shook his head and sighed. I still can't do it. Chu Li said, You're only one step away. Xiong Feng sighed. This is fate. Chu Li said, You're the strongest in Skyward Palace, right? Yes. Xiong Feng nodded. Are you going to challenge Skyward Palace? Chapter 669. P.S. It's over. I'm finally at ease. I will persuade Palace Master. Xiong Feng smiled with a carefree air. All right then, I've finally witnessed the martial arts of the Crouching Bull Mountain. It's truly an eye-opener. I'll come back again. Chu Li said, Anytime. You're Elder Jin's disciple, right? Yes. Xiong Feng glanced at Jinyi, shook his head, and said with a smile, I've been raised by my master since I was young. When I was 10, I joined the Skyward Palace, hoping to get the second half of the Crouching Bull insight one day. I've been working hard. No wonder. Chuli nodded. Jinyi glared at Xiong Feng. Xiong Feng said, Master, I've embarrassed you. Jinyi snorted. Disappointing, brat. Why are you so quick to confess? I don't want everyone to misunderstand that you have selfish motives. Xiong Feng said, as long as I succeed in the challenge this time, I'll be able to see the Crouching Bull insight when I return. Then, I'll send it back, and Crouching Bull Mountain will be able to obtain the entire Crouching Bull insight. If I fail in the challenge, Crouching Bull Mountain will be able to win back the Crouching Bull insight. No matter what, it's a sure win move. Master, this is a brilliant move. I have to let everyone know. Chuli smiled. Elder Jin might not be completely selfless. If you succeed in the challenge and obtain the Crouching Bull insight, he'll be able to cultivate it as well. However, he doesn't intend to give it to the sect. Jinyi snorted and said, Don't spout nonsense. Your punishment is still in effect. You are not considered a disciple of Crouching Bull Mountain. Chuli could not help but laugh. I've made such a great contribution, and I'm still not a disciple of the Crouching Bull Mountain? Good deeds cannot make up for mistakes, Jinyi said. Chuli said, Elder Jin, you should think about how to explain your selfishness to the others. As for me, you don't have to worry about me. Jinyi sneered. Chuli looked at Xiong Feng. Young Master Xiong, will Skyward Palace be able to send the Crouching Bull insight back within 7 days? Fine, Xiong Feng said. If you can't send it back within 7 days, it means that my persuasion has failed. When that time comes, I'll personally go to Skyward Palace. Chuli said. Xiong Feng nodded. All right then, I'll be leaving. Take care, Master. Jinyi waved his hand. Mind your own business. Xiong Feng cupped his fists towards the crowd. Apologies for the offense. Elders, farewell. He left as soon as he finished speaking. Everyone looked at his back and shook their heads. Even though they were defeated by Xiong Feng, they were still impressed and did not have much hatred for him. It was truly rare to see such a heroic figure. 3 days later, at noon, a young man arrived at Crouching Bull Mountain under the scorching sun. He personally paid his respects to Hill Master Zhuge Feng, presented him a wooden box, and left. Zhuge Feng sat in the armchair with Murong Chun and Xia Lian beside him. Hill Master, let's take a look, Murong Chun said. Is this the Crouching Bull insight? Even if they saw it, they would not be able to tell if it was real or fake. Only the Hill Master could cultivate the Crouching Bull insight and had seen it before. Zhuge Feng's face looked much better. His injuries were almost fully recovered. He stared nervously at the purple wooden box, took a deep breath, and slowly opened it. There was a thin booklet lying inside the box. It was yellow with a hint of black and looked unremarkable. If it was thrown on the ground, people would probably be too lazy to pick it up. Zhuge Feng slowly picked it up and flipped through it. After a while, he lifted his head and smiled at the duo. It's indeed the second half of the Crouching Bull insight. Ha! There's hope for Crouching Bull Mountain to rise again. Murong Chun laughed. Xia Lian was also beaming. Zhuge Feng kept the booklet and laughed. With the Crouching Bull insight, what do we have to fear? We have finally fulfilled the wish of the previous Hill Masters. Hill Master, the young master deserves the most credit for this. Let's inform the young master, Murong Chun said. Yes, we have to inform him, Zhuge Feng nodded. I have already shown him the first half of the Crouching Bull insight, so that it won't be lost due to my mistakes. Now, let's show him the second half as well. Yes, Murong Chun and Xia Lian nodded. Chuli was quickly teleported over. He closed fists, saluted, and sat down. Take a look. Zhuge Feng passed the booklet over. Chuli took it and glanced at it. He quickly flipped through it and imprinted it in his mind. He nodded. Looks like it's real. He had read both the first and second half, and the entire Crouching Bull insight was in his mind. The second half only had a few thin pages, and the content was far less than the first half, but it was a good point. Looking at the first half of the Crouching Bull insight, it was very mediocre. No wonder Zhuge Feng's cultivation level was not top-notch. He did not have the essence of the crouching bull insight. The second half was a detailed explanation of a set of footwork and heart technique, and it had 9 green bull drawings. Only with the 9 drawings of the green bull could the crouching bull power truly be initiated. Without the 9 drawings of the green bull, one would not be able to cultivate the power of the crouching bull power, nor would one be able to cultivate the essence of the crouching bull power. One would only be able to grasp the form, but the power would be vastly different. Chu Li pondered over the crouching bull insight in his mind and was satisfied. At least his efforts were not in vain. He finally obtained a top-notch antique study of spirit beasts. In addition to his art of white tiger, he already had 2 top-notch antique studies. If he could cultivate the spirit crane technique, he would be on the way to heaven. As long as he focused on cultivation, he could become an enlightened master. Chu Li said, "Hill Master, if I become the Hill Master, I will make changes." "What changes?" Zhuge Feng asked. Chu Li said, "All disciples can cultivate the crouching bull insight. This is the only way to increase the cultivation level of the disciples and increase the strength of Crouching Bull Mountain. If not, Crouching Bull Mountain will never rise again." The ancestors of Crouching Bull Mountain were very powerful people, but they were not broad-minded enough. They would rather the sect be weak than let the Crouching Bull insight be leaked. They did not know that many of the sects that disappeared were destroyed because they were weak. Many of the martial arts of the sects were not bad, but the disciples could not learn all of them, causing their strength to be weak. Zhuge Feng's expression changed. "Don't talk nonsense," Chu Li said. "The teaching of each drawing is based on merit. If you have enough merit, you can teach the 2nd, 3rd, and up to the 8th drawing. The Hill Master only needs to cultivate 1 more drawing." "You really think too much," Zhuge Feng scoffed. "This is the rule of the ancestors. How can it be broken so easily?" Chu Li said, "Times change. Things are different now. If we don't change, Crouching Bull Mountain will really become weaker and weaker. Don't talk about rising again. I'm afraid it won't be long before the sect is destroyed." Zhuge Feng's expression changed. Murong Chun and Xia Lian frowned. "But if we teach the disciples like this, I'm afraid it will be leaked." "So what if it is leaked?" "At most, a few drawings will be leaked. Look at the martial arts of the Tempest Temple. The Sentient Menace has been leaked at least 3 levels. What loss is there to the Tempest Temple?" Zhuge Feng and the other 2 frowned and pondered. Chu Li said, "If the martial arts are leaked, as long as the foundation is not leaked, it will be beneficial to the sect. It will expand its influence and filter out talents. The disadvantages outweigh the advantages. We have to be careful about this." Zhuge Feng shook his head. Chu Li scoffed. "If we continue to be careful, people will come knocking on our door. Other than me, everyone else is useless. Will it be worse if the martial arts are leaked?" Zhuge Feng remained silent. Chu Li said, "If you don't do it, then I will definitely do it when I become the Hill Master." "I need to discuss this with the elders," Zhuge Feng said. Chapter 670. Chu Li sat on the bed and visualized the 9 pictures of green bulls in his mind. He could feel the different aura of each of the bulls. Their horns towered into the sky as they fought against the heavens. They were unyielding and arrogant as they faced the will of the heavens. He could feel that kind of unyielding and toughness. The heart technique of crouching bull power flowed in his meridians. Every time there was a bottleneck, he would charge forward with the power of the green bull's horns, forcefully breaking through the blockage. In one breath, he would pass through a whole cycle, forming a pure yet weak inner force. Chu Li had a deep understanding of the purity of this inner energy. It was as sharp as a horn. After cultivating for a while, he went to look for Qiao San and told him that he was going to cultivate in seclusion and leave the mountain to travel. Qiao San was not to look for him unless there was something urgent. He would not return to the mountain for at least 3 to 5 months, or at most a year. Now that the hill chieftain had obtained the entirety of the Crouching Bull insight, His martial arts prowess would skyrocket in a short period of time, and he would no longer be afraid of challenges from others. Xiao Sen was worried and asked him to come back as soon as possible to prevent any changes in the situation. However, Chu Li knew that his position as the Hill Master was secured. From a moment he proposed to let the disciples cultivate the Crouching Bull insight, the entire Crouching Bull Mountain would submit to him wholeheartedly. All of his past misdeeds would be washed away, and the people would support him. Between feelings and benefits, benefits usually prevailed. Only benefits could give birth to feelings. He had little interest in the Crouching Bull Mountain. Now that he had achieved his goal, he did not want to stay here any longer. Staying in Crouching Bull Mountain was not as comfortable as staying in the house of High Duke. It had been a while since he went to Spirit Crane's Peak with Co. Sure. She must be very unhappy. The next moment, he appeared in the Snow Lunar Pavilion. The setting sun dyed the ravine red. Xiao Qi, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, sat quietly by the lake like a jade statue. The lake water was like a mirror, reflecting the rosy clouds that filled the sky. It reflected her white, jade-like face red, as if she had smeared a layer of rouge on it. She was shockingly beautiful. Chu Li stood not too far away and looked at her. His heart was in turmoil, but when he saw her open her eyes, her cold and indifferent gaze, he could only sigh. Xiao Qi was even more indifferent than when they first met. His position in Xiao Qi's heart was rapidly slipping. From an acquaintance, he seemed to have become a stranger. It was as if they knew each other, but did not have much of a relationship. Xiao Qi looked at him calmly. Chu Li, why did you come again? It's a waste of time. I'm just looking at you, Chu Li replied. Xiao Qi said, so what if I look at it? So what if I don't? What's in the past is in the past. Don't come back. Chu Li frowned at her. Xiao Qi shook her head. If you come again, I'll leave. Where to? The world is so big, where can I go? All right. Chu Li nodded and looked at her deeply. The current Xiao Qi was no longer the Xiao Qi of the past. She did not have any feelings for him at all. Chu Li could not help but feel a surge of pride. She could not escape from his grasp, so he would definitely find a way to break her state of mind. When that time came, he would settle the score with her. He saw Li Hanyin peeping in their direction from the forest. He shook his head and laughed. In a flash, he appeared behind her. Big brother Du. Li Hanyin was shocked. Chu Li asked, what has she been doing recently? Sitting by the lake all day long. We don't even know what senior sister is comprehending. Li Hanyin shook her head and said, when I talk to senior sister, she's very gentle. She's only cold to you. Brother Du, it's very strange. Chu Li nodded. The more he did not care, the calmer and gentler she would treat him. He was the emotional thread that she forcefully cut off, so naturally, her reaction would not be as gentle. This also made him understand that Xiao Qi was not as he thought. She did not have any feelings for him. She was trying her best to restrain herself. It seemed that he must quickly cultivate the nature restoration manifestation to prevent her state of mind from becoming more and more solid. Li Hanyin tilted her head and looked at him. Big brother Du, you're the chief of the public house, the head chief of the imperial residence of King Inn, or the centurion of the secret guardian's hall. Which identity do you prefer? Chu Li smiled. The chief of the High Duke's public house is the most carefree and carefree. The other two identities are out of my control. Why do you ask? Big brother Du, I want to go to Fairy's capital. Li Hanyin said, to broaden my horizons. Chu Li smiled and nodded. When you're almost done with your martial arts, you could go to Fairy's capital for a look. However, Fairy's capital is not as fun as you think it is. Most of the grandmasters of the Ji dynasty are gathered in Fairy's capital. It's not an exaggeration to call it a dragon's lair. All the more reason to go there. Li Hanyin said, there's no point in staying in the valley. She was extremely talented in martial arts, and she had received guidance from Chu Li before, so she had a deep understanding of martial arts. Usually, her cultivation would progress at a tremendous pace, and she would soon surpass her senior brothers and sisters in the same faction. Now, she was almost on par with Xu Qingdai. Her potential was even higher than Xu Qingdia's. She would definitely become the top master of Snow Lunar Pavilion in the future. Her senior brothers and sisters doted on her, but she felt that it was boring and not exciting enough. After going on a killing spree by Chu Li's side, killing people like mowing grass, her heart had become wild. She could not stand the peaceful days anymore. Chu Li smiled. If you think it's boring now, you'll especially miss these days when you're out adventuring in the future. Peaceful days are the most valuable. You're young now. You'll understand when you're older. Big brother Du, you're young too. Li Hanyin smiled. But you speak like an old man. I'm young, but I've experienced too much. My heart is old. Chu Li shook his head. My identity in the valley has to be kept a secret. Yes, I know. I've been calling you Big Brother due to avoid giving yourself away. Li Hanyin nodded. Big Brother Du, do you have any other identities? When she was free, she had thought about it. If Big Brother Du could become the current Du Feng, could he become someone else? Could all the young masters in the martial arts world be Big Brother Du in disguise? Chu Li smiled. No, I think there are. Li Hanyin smiled. Are you sure? Chu Li shook his head. I can't split myself up. Wouldn't it be great to change into a few more identities? How exciting. Li Hanyin smiled. Du Feng of the south and Chu Li of the north. He's actually the same person. Everyone is kept in the dark. How interesting. She felt strange when she thought about it. She felt that Big Brother Du must be deliberately teasing everyone. Chu Li smiled. How's your bone shrinking skill? I've mastered it. Li Hanyin smiled. I can also change into someone else. It's just that I'll be ugly after I change. I don't want to change. Then train further. Chu Li said. I haven't mastered it yet. He waved his hand and bid farewell to Li Hanyin. He disappeared in a flash and appeared in the imperial residence of King An. He was stunned when he returned to his courtyard. Seo Shi was back. He had not returned to the High Duke's public house for 2 days, but they had returned to the imperial residence of King, and Seo Shi was reading in the courtyard while Yang Su and Meng Lan were busy cleaning the house. Although someone had been cleaning the house after they left, it still needed to be cleaned. Chu Li coughed. Chief Zhu. Chief Zhu was leisurely eating snacks and drinking tea in the front hall. When he heard Chu Li's voice, he quickly ran out of the front hall and came to Chu Li's courtyard. Head Chief, come in, Chu Li said. Chief Zhu pushed the door open and came in. He closed fist saluted. Chu Li said, help me send an invitation to the Verdant Cloud brothel. I'll see Miss Yu Qing tonight. Chapter 671. Why can't I? Chu Li asked. Chief Zhu smiled bitterly. To be honest, head chief, the ladies of the Verdant Cloud brothel are very arrogant. They have to make appointments early. I guess Miss Yu Qing already has an appointment. The Verdant Cloud brothel won't break the rules. Chu Li said, today is not the day for tomorrow. Chief Zhu was still hesitant. Chu Li frowned. Still not enough? Chief Zhu said embarrassedly, I heard it needs to be 3 days in advance. Chu Li said, 3 days? As expected of the Verdant Cloud brothel. Chief Zhu said carefully, we can use the imperial residence's name to suppress it. At most, it can be 1 day in advance. If you want to see Miss Yu Qing, I'm afraid it'll be the night after tomorrow. Chu Li pondered. 3 days. Fine, I'll give it a try. He would not look for Prince Bao again. He already owed Prince Bao many favors after redeeming 2 people. These favors had to be returned. It was not easy to return Prince Bao's favor. His identity was too sensitive and could easily attract trouble. Yes, I'll go now. Chief Zhu nodded. It'll be best if I can see Miss Yu Qing in person, Chu Li said. Yes. Chief Zhu nodded. He turned and left the courtyard. He left the imperial residence of King An and went straight to the Verdant Cloud brothel. The Verdant Cloud brothel was located in a residential area. He came to an inconspicuous residence and passed the invitation to 2 protectors. Dusk had arrived. 2 red lanterns were hung in front of the residence. It looked no different from the other residences. The 2 young protectors glanced at it and realized it was Chief Chu Li of the imperial residence of King An. They thought for a while and asked Chief Zhu to wait. They had to pass it to the chief first and let him arrange it. They could not make the decision. Chief Zhu nodded in understanding. He was in charge of receiving guests. Of course, he knew the rules. He stood quietly at the side. It was already dusk, but the place was not as crowded as he imagined. He stood there for 15 minutes. Only one guest came in. It was a carriage. It stopped in front of the main entrance, and two middle-aged men came out of the carriage. Chief Zhu knew all the important people in the fairy's capital. He could tell at a glance that these two were famous imperial princes. One was the youngest son of Prince Bao, while the other was the youngest son of Prince Kong. Both of them were of high status, but they were usually low-key. Normal people would not recognize them. The two of them recognized Chief Steward Zhu. They stopped in their tracks and sized him up. "You're the chief of Prince Anne's imperial residence?" Prince Bao's youngest son, Lung Shaoxi, asked. Lung Shaoxi's body was tall and slender, like a jade tree in the wind. He was handsome and cold, as if he was 1,000 miles away. "Greetings, Crown Prince Shi." Chief Zhu cupped his fist and bowed. "Greetings, Crown Prince Shan." The youngest son of Prince Kong, Lung Shaoshan, smiled and said, "Could it be that Princeton is here too? What a rare visitor." His stature was shorter than Lung Shaoxi by a fist. His body was straight, his long face was handsome, and he had an unruly smile on his face. Chief Zhu hurriedly shook his head and said, "Shitzi Shan is mistaken. His Royal Highness is cultivating in seclusion and is not in the residence. It is the head chief who wants to come to Verdant Cloud Brothel to meet a lady and sent a visiting card in advance." "Oh, head chief, is it Chuli?" Lung Shaoshan turned his head and smiled. "Ninth brother, we've only heard of head chief Chu's name, but we've never seen him before." Lung Shaoxi said, "What's there to see?" Lung Shaoshan smiled. "Aren't you curious?" "I'm not curious. Let's go in." Lung Shaoxi walked in. While Lung Shaoshan followed closely behind, he said to Chief Zhu, "Tell your head chief to find a time to have a drink together." "Yes." Chief Zhu quickly cupped his fist and answered. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. These princes were not to be trifled with. They did not have any goals. They only wanted to eat, drink, and be merry. They had no heart for achievements and liked to let their emotions affect their decisions. If they did not like someone, they would always find trouble with that person and treat it as a pleasure. Although the head chief was wise and powerful, if he were to offend them, there would be endless trouble. After a while, the protector from before came out and smiled at Chief Zhu. Miss Yu Qing seems to have taken a liking to the head chief. She has already rejected today's guest and invited the head chief over to meet her. "Ah," Chief Zhu said in surprise. "Is it really tonight?" "That's right." The young protector handed over an invitation and smiled. "This is the invitation. You can bring it over tonight." Thank you, thank you." Chief Zhu was overjoyed. He quickly cupped his fist and thanked him. The young protector quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Chief Zhu, you're too kind. We don't have much to say. It's Miss Yu Qing's own decision." "Chief Zhu, please go back and ask the head chief to come over as soon as possible so that Miss Yu Qing won't have to wait for too long." "Yes, yes, yes." Chief Zhu took the invitation and thanked him again. He then rushed back to Chu Li's courtyard. When he returned to Chu Li's courtyard, he realized that he was not there, so he went to the Tianshu courtyard. When Chu Li arrived at the Tianshu courtyard, Co Shi glanced at him and continued reading, ignoring him. She was dressed in a bluish-white gown. Her satin hair shone with a dark light. Her jade-like face was cold. Chu Li smiled as he sat in front of the stone table and faced her. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose. He smiled. "Why is the lady here? Aren't you staying for a few more days?" "I can stay if I want and leave if I want," Co Shi said coldly. "Do I need to ask for your permission?" Chu Li smiled at her. Co Shi scoffed. "Even if I want to ask for permission, I need to see her first." Chu Li said, "I've been busy in Crouching Bull Mountain for the past few days. Now I finally have a clue." Crouching Bull Mountain," Co Shi said disdainfully. "Why do you care about that small sect? It's so weak. They say they're a first-rate sect. In my opinion, it won't take long. Within 100 years, they'll fall to a second-rate sect. I'm aiming for the surpassing state." Chu Li smiled. "If we have the surpassing state, the High Duke's public house can nurture their own masters. Isn't that great? You're always thinking of something good. Co sure sneered. Do you think Crouching Bull Mountain will listen to you? Chu Li said, I'm the next hill master of Crouching Bull Mountain. It won't be long before I'm in charge of Crouching Bull Mountain. Co sure rolled her eyes at him. Chu Li smiled. How about we go to Spirit Crane's Peak tomorrow? You're still thinking about Spirit Crane's Peak. Co sure scoffed. I thought you've forgotten. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Co sure glared at him and scoffed. What's wrong with Kingin? Where's his shadow? Before Chu Li came, she was extremely angry. She decided not to be nice to him. Once they met and said a few words, her anger dissipated. I'll find a place to hide and isolate myself. I'm afraid I'll be crippled by the Amethyst Mountain again, Chu Li said. Co sure pursed her lips and smiled. Head Chief. Chief Zhu's voice rang. Chu Li thought to himself that Elder Zhu was being silly today. He scoffed. Come in. Chief Zhu entered carefully and handed over the invitation. Head Chief, Miss Yuqing has rejected tonight's guest. She's inviting you to meet her tonight. Yes, I know. Chu Li took the invitation and glared at him. Chief Zhu was hesitant outside. He knew he shouldn't come in at this time. However, after some thought, he decided to come in and report as soon as possible. If not, the head chief would still complain if he delayed. Co sure sneered. Chu Li coughed. Chief Zhu, you may go. Head Chief, do you want to prepare a carriage? Chief Zhu said. I'll prepare it now. Chu Li waved his hand. I'll go myself. You may go. Chapter 672. Co sure waited for Chief Zhu to leave before she glanced at Chu Li and sneered. You're in a good mood to go to the Verdant Cloud brothel. Chu Li said, I have business to attend to. What business to discuss at the Verdant Cloud brothel? Co sure said impatiently. The Verdant Cloud brothel is similar to the New Moon brothel. Every one of them is a beauty. Don't forget to come back. Chu Li said, it's about the Amethyst Mountain. This Miss Yuqing is a disciple of the Amethyst Mountain. Didn't I tell you? Oh, that's Xueqing. Co sure's expression softened and scoffed. The Amethyst Mountain is not a good place. What do you have to talk about with them? Chu Li shook his head and sighed. It's a long story. I'll tell you when I come back tonight. Go, go. Co sure waved her hand and said. Chu Li stood up and left the imperial residence of Kingin. He went to the Verdant Cloud brothel and handed over the invitation. A young protector quickly brought him to an elegant courtyard, the Qingyu courtyard. After he entered the courtyard and closed the door, a delicate maid welcomed him with a gentle smile and led him to the living room. The sound of a guzheng echoed in the courtyard. Miss Yuqing was dressed in a peach-red robe. She was focused on playing the guzheng and did not seem to notice his arrival. Chu Li sat in front of her and took the teacup from a maid. He nodded at her and quietly watched Yuqing play the guzheng. Yuqing's temperament was pure and gentle. Chu Li could not help but think of the first girl he had fallen in love with. Chu Li felt as if he had returned to his student days in his past life. He felt as if he had fallen in love with that innocent female classmate on campus. The sound of the guzheng slowly stopped. Yuqing put down her fair hand and looked up at him. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Thank you, Miss Yuqing. Yuqing shook her head. Rather than meeting some common people, I'd rather meet the head chief. Chu Li smiled. I'm a common person. There won't be any trouble if I let Miss Yuqing see me as a joke and reject the guest tonight, right? I don't know. Yuqing shook her head and smiled sweetly. Trouble is the Verdant Cloud brothel's problem. It has nothing to do with me. Chu Li had always been cold to her, and he did not seem to like her very much. Standing in the crowd, she could often attract the gazes of men. No matter what kind of men they were, they would cast their gazes at her. Even if they didn't like her that much, they wouldn't hate her either. She knew that she had a unique temperament that could captivate men. Chu Li, on the other hand, had kept her at arm's length from the very beginning. She had tried to be close to him, but she had not been able to move his heart at all. Later on, he heard from Sister Bailan that he might have fallen in love with the Ji dynasty's #1 beauty, Co sure. That was why he had acted this way. She was no longer as angry, but she was unable to complete the sex mission, so she was unable to get in touch with him. Chu Li smiled. I don't come here for no reason. I'm here for the Amethyst Mountain. Yu Qing was taken aback. Chu Li smiled. Did Miss Yu Qing think that I don't know who you are? Yu Qing's eyes flashed, but her face remained calm. She smiled and said, What do you mean, head chief? Chu Li asked, Don't you want to know when I discovered your identity? Yu Qing stared at him with her bright eyes. She wanted to see if he was lying to her. Seeing that Chu Li's eyes were clear and his expression sincere, she knew that he was telling the truth. She smiled and shook her head. I don't understand what you're saying, head chief. Chu Li chuckled and did not say anything else. He lowered his head and drank his tea. The house became quiet. The incense burner emitted a faint fragrance. The house was warm and elegant, making people feel relaxed and peaceful. Yu Qing's thoughts turned quickly. She recalled Chu Li's every move and action. In the end, she concluded that he had discovered her identity. She put down her teacup elegantly and smiled. Head chief, please tell me, when did you discover my identity? I think I've done my best. Others can't tell that I know martial arts. Chu Li put down his teacup as well. He smiled and sized her up. His eyes were clear, as if he was looking at a fresh flower. The first time I met you, I realized that there was something wrong with you, Miss Yu Qing. You're definitely not just a courtesan from the verdant cloud brothel. Head chief, you have sharp eyes. What did I expose myself? Yu Qing shook her head. Chu Li shook his head. Nothing. It's just a feeling. I'm sure you know where I came from. Gloryville Courtyard. Yu Qing nodded. Chu Li said, I feel that you're not an ordinary person. It's better to stay away from you. It won't be that difficult to investigate again. I've fought with the disciples of the Amethyst Mountain before. May I know which peak you're from? Head chief seems to have a deep understanding of the Amethyst Mountain. Yu Qing was surprised. Ordinary people did not know that the Amethyst Mountain had 12 peaks. They only thought that the Phantomine Peak was the Amethyst Mountain. For hundreds of years, only the disciples of the Phantomine Peak left the mountain. The disciples of the other 11 peaks did not leave the mountain. Even if they did, they would usually hide in the same way as Yu Qing. Chu Li smiled. I only know that the Amethyst Mountain has 12 peaks. The Phantomine Peak and the Nature Manifestation Peak. I don't know the rest, so I can't guess which peak you're from. The Ethereal Peak, Yu Qing said. Chu Li nodded slowly. He looked disappointed. Head chief, is there anything? Yu Qing asked. Are you looking for someone in the Amethyst Mountain? Chu Li shook his head. I wonder if the Nature Manifestation Peak of the Amethyst Mountain still has an inheritance. Of course. Yu Qing nodded. The inheritance of the 12 peaks will not be broken. Head chief, are you thinking of joining the Nature Manifestation Peak? She smiled as she finished speaking. She was as beautiful as a flower. Chu Li shook his head. I want to cultivate the Nature Restoration Manifestation. How do I do it? Yu Qing's eyes flashed. She looked at him in surprise. Bang! A muffled sound came from outside. It was a maid's soft voice. Young Master Xiao, Lady Xiao has a guest. Umph. I'd like to see which distinguished guest it is. A cold voice was heard. It was followed by hurried footsteps. He rushed across the courtyard, pushed open the door, and entered the living room. He saw Chu Li and Yu Qing. Yu Qing frowned slightly. She looked at the young man in displeasure. The young man was about 20 years old. He was not handsome, but he was angular. He had a tough temperament. One look, and you could tell that he was a tough and straightforward person. His eyes swept over Yu Qing. He then looked at Chu Li. Who are you? Yu Qing frowned. Young Master Xiao, please conduct yourself with dignity. The young man scoffed. Yu Qing, you lied to me about not feeling well just because of this guy? This is my distinguished guest, Yu Qing said. Although I'm not feeling well, he has to see me. Oh, you can't see me, but you can see him. I'd like to know who he is. The young man was displeased. What kind of important person is he? Chu Li had no intention of speaking. He sat there quietly. This made the young man even angrier. He felt that this guy retreated when faced with a problem. It was not the behavior of a real man. A man like this was not worthy of standing in front of Yu Qing. Yu Qing said, Young Master Xiao, no matter who it is, it has nothing to do with you. You should go back. Chapter 673. Yu Qing's beautiful brows furrowed as she stared at him unhappily. She said sternly, "Young Master Xiao, this is the verdant cloud brothel. Your father is the privy emissary. Young Master Xiao, you can't just do whatever you want, lest you bring trouble to your father." Xiao Heng's mind cleared and his expression became more restrained. He continued to stare at Chu Li and said, "All right, I appreciate Miss Yu Qing's kindness. Before I leave, I just want to know who this person is." Chu Li said, "I'm Chu Li." Xiao Heng frowned as he thought about it. He stared at Chu Li's face before his gaze finally landed on his white robe. He felt that the name was familiar, but he did not know where he had heard it before. It must be his first time meeting this person, but why did it sound so familiar? He was definitely someone important. He was confident in his family background. As long as he was not from the royal family, he did not care if he provoked him. Even if he was from the royal family, as long as he was not someone like King Jing who had the potential to unify the country, or Prince Bao, or Prince Kong, there was nothing to worry about. Since his surname was Chu, there was nothing to worry about. He scoffed. "Chu Li looks like he's not a nobody. Miss Yu Qing, what does he have that makes you look at him so highly?" Yu Qing shook her head. "Young Master Xiao, you've misunderstood. Head Chief Chu and I are not selfless. We're just good friends." Chief Steward Xiao Heng suddenly remembered. Head Chief Chu Li of the Imperial Residence of King and Centurion of the Secret Guardians Hall. When he thought of this identity, his aura weakened. If he could provoke the Imperial Residence of King N, his father would not say anything. However, the Secret Guardians Hall could not be provoked. They were the sharpest knife in the Emperor's hand. These people were the most sinister and pervasive. It would not end well to be targeted by them. His father did not want to provoke them either. "What's going on?" A cold voice came from outside. The maid quickly said, "Imperial Prince Shi, Imperial Prince Shan, young Master Xiao is here." Footsteps could be heard. Lung Xiaoxi and Lung Shoshan walked over slowly. They saw Xiao Heng and smiled. "Xiao Heng, you're here to see Yu Qing again? You're quite diligent." Xiao Heng smiled stiffly. "Prince Shi, Prince Shan, why are you standing at the door? Aren't you going in to sit? Did you get chased out by Miss Yu Qing?" Yu Qing came to the door and curtsied. Crown Prince Shan." Lung Xiaoxi waved his hand and looked at Chu Li. "Oh, there's a guest. Xiao Heng, are you here to cause trouble?" He saw through the situation at a glance. It was not the first time Xiao Heng had done something like this. Xiao Heng scoffed. "I had an appointment with Yu Qing tonight, but Yu Qing suddenly said that she wasn't feeling well. In the end, she came to see this head steward Xiao. I was so angry that I came to take a look." Head Chief Xiao, Lung Xiaoxi, and Lung Shoshan looked at Chu Li. Chu Li stood up and closed fist saluted. Chu Li greets the two imperial princes. Lung Xiaoxi and Lung Shoshan looked at him curiously. Chu Li's reputation in the fairy's capital was shocking. The first reason was that he was a first-grade martial artist despite being a chief steward. Moreover, he was so young, which was truly astonishing. The second reason was that he showed no mercy to the imperial family's disciples. He did not fear them at all. He beat and scolded them when he needed to, without any misgivings. This also won everyone's admiration. Everyone felt that Chu Li had helped them vent their frustrations. Most of them were envious and jealous of the imperial family's disciples. The most important reason was that his martial arts was top-notch. He was faintly the number one among the younger generation. He was even more famous than Fa Yuan from the Tempest Temple. Even those who had never seen him before would have heard of his name. Chu Li looked at the two of them calmly. "I've heard of your name for a long time. I finally get to meet you today. Miss Yu Qing, are we disturbing you?" Lung Shoshan laughed. "It is my honor to have Imperial Prince Shan here." Shui Qing pursed her lips and smiled. She took a step back. "The two imperial princes, please sit. Young Master Xiao, you too." Xiao Heng shook his head awkwardly. He felt uneasy. "There's no need to sit. We won't disturb you." Lung Shoshan smiled. "Chu Li, although we are also imperial family's disciples, we are not satisfied with Lung Tao and the other juniors. These people should be taught a lesson. Don't worry, we mean no harm." Chu Li smiled and shook his head. I'm impulsive. When I'm angry, I don't care about anything else. I've caused a lot of trouble. Everyone thinks that I'm brave, but it's actually because of my temper. It has nothing to do with courage. I was afraid after the incident. Ha! Lung Shoshan laughed. You're still afraid? Ha! What Chu Li did was not because he was afraid, but because he was fearless. Otherwise, he would not have done those things. The number of people in the Ji dynasty who had the guts to do that could be counted on one hand. Chu Li liked Chu Li's courage and heroism. Chu Li smiled in response. Chu Li, did you really become a grandmaster without learning any martial arts in 2 years? Lung Shoshan asked curiously. Did you really get the Cloud slashing treasure manual? Chu Li shook his head. I don't have that luck. Maybe I'm more suited for martial arts. As for the Cloud slashing treasure manual, the disciples from the 4 major sects have seen it. They know that I didn't get it. That's true. Based on the 4 major sects' behavior, once they know you have the Cloud slashing treasure manual, they will definitely fight for it. Lung Shoshan nodded. But you're really good. 2 years, I was still struggling in acquired mastery. Lung Shaoxi said, let's talk another day. It's time to go. Yes, let's drink and chat another day. We'll talk about how to deal with Lung Tao. Lung Shoshan smiled. The 2 closed fists saluted and left the house. Xiaoheng did not know whether to leave or stay. In the end, he scoffed and glared at Chu Li before turning around and leaving. The door closed, and the house became quiet again. Yu Qing sat in front of a low table. Chu Li sat in front of a low table as well. The 2 of them sat across from each other. The faint fragrance in the house calmed them down. Yu Qing stared at Chu Li. Head Chief, did you say that you want to cultivate the nature restoration manifestation? Chu Li nodded. Yes, I wonder if I can get it? Of course. Our sect is different from the other 3 sections. A disciple does not have to learn martial arts to enter the sect. As long as their potential and character are suitable, they can be accepted as a disciple. I have to enter the Amethyst Mountain? Chu Li frowned. Yu Qing nodded lightly. The nature restoration manifestation is the heart technique of the nature restoration manifestation. Head Chief, do you think it can be taught to outsiders? I can enter the Amethyst Mountain. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. I'm old, and with my current identity, can the Amethyst Mountain rest assured? Yu Qing said, our sect's motto is to accept all rivers into the sea, so there are 12 peaks. As long as your potential and character are good enough, you could be accepted as a disciple. There are not too many concerns. Head Chief, if your potential and character pass, you can become a disciple of the Amethyst Mountain. Chu Li was silent for a while. If I'm not a disciple of the Amethyst Mountain, is there a way to cultivate the nature restoration manifestation? Impossible. Yu Qing shook her head. The nature restoration manifestation will never be taught to outsiders. This is the only way. Her eyes were clear as water. Head Chief, you don't want to become a disciple of our sect? The disciples of the Amethyst Mountain help each other. If anything happens, the sect will protect and support us. Many people want to enter, but can't. Chu Li sighed and shook his head. He was alone. It was not impossible for him to enter the Amethyst Mountain. Back then, Shao Qi wanted to send him into the Amethyst Mountain. Chapter 674. If he entered Amethyst Mountain, what would happen to Co. Sure? Would he have to abandon everything? Abandon Co. Sure and the Secret Guardians Hall's mission, and enter Amethyst Mountain? In the beginning, he took care of Co. Sure to help Co. Qi, but now it was no longer just to help Co. Qi. If he entered Amethyst Mountain, what if King and regained his martial arts and caused trouble for Co. Sure during this period? Who would stand up for her? Even with the Saraira beads, it was not foolproof. No matter how he thought about it, he could not enter Amethyst Mountain. He was actually fascinated by the 4 major sects, just like how people who never went to university felt about universities in his past life. His cultivation level came by luck. He lacked a systematic and solid foundation. He came from an unorthodox background. Even if he read all the books in the High Duke's public house and King Anne's imperial residence, he still could not hide the shortcoming of not having a solid foundation. No matter how smart or powerful he was, without sufficient knowledge, he would still make too many mistakes, sometimes fatal mistakes. Just like Co Chi, if Liu Yurong did not remind him, he would still be foolishly kept in the dark, not knowing that Co Chi would leave this world once she became an enlightened master. To enter the enlightened master's boundary, a solid foundation was crucial. Why did only the 4 major sects send out enlightened masters, but not the other sects? There must be a reason. If he did not enter the 4 major sects, it would be much harder for him to become an enlightened master. If he entered the 4 major sects, it would be much easier. Head Chief Co. Yuqing saw his uncertain expression and called out softly. Chu Li looked up and smiled at her. Entering Amethyst Mountain. I have to think about it. Yuqing smiled. What are you hesitating for, Head Chief? This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Even though the Head Chief is a Grandmaster, Grandmasters are still different. The difference is like heaven and earth. Only by joining the 4 major sects can you go further. If the Head Chief doesn't join now, you'll definitely be surpassed by Fa Yuan in the future. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. Yuqing asked, What's the problem, Head Chief? Chu Li shook his head. I'll think about it. Miss Yuqing, I'll take my leave first. All right, then think about it. This is a rare opportunity. There are very few disciples in Amethyst Mountain. Not everyone can join, Yuqing said softly. Chu Li smiled, closed fists saluted and left. When he returned to the imperial residence of King N, he saw that the Tianshu courtyard was brightly lit. Xiao Shi was playing the guzheng in the courtyard. The sound of the guzheng was faint, and the atmosphere was majestic. He strolled into the courtyard. Co Shi glanced at him, but her hands did not stop moving. When the song was over, she pressed the chords and looked at Chu Li. You're back so early? Didn't you have a few drinks with the beauty? Chu Li sat by the stone table and grunted. He took the teacup from Menglan and took a sip. Co Shi noticed his odd expression. Is something bothering you? Chu Li shook his head and looked at her thoughtfully. Xiao Shi touched her beautiful face. What's wrong? You're acting weird. Chu Li smiled. What if I join another faction to cultivate and leave for a year and a half? How does that sound? Which sect should I join? Amethyst Mountain. He wants you? Xiao Shi chuckled. You're dreaming. I almost joined the Amethyst Mountain. Chu Li said, if it wasn't for the person whom the third lady asked to go into isolated cultivation, he would be a disciple of the Amethyst Mountain by now. I've heard about it from my sister. Co Shi said, you're really unlucky. There are many benefits to being a disciple of the 4 major sections. It's much better than being in the House of High Dukes, and even better than being here. With your aptitude, who knows how many of those martial arts you'll be able to cultivate. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Fate is unpredictable. He thought he had missed out on the Amethyst Mountain. He did not expect to go one big round and come back. Co Shi said, You want to go in again? I'm afraid not. When you reach the Grandmaster's boundary, your martial arts foundation has already been fixed. There's no room for change and no potential. Why would they accept a disciple like you? I can go in, Chu Li said. Co Shi burst into laughter. Her beauty was shocking. She rolled her eyes. You have a deep grudge with the Amethyst Mountain. Moreover, you're rank 1 and a centurion of the Secret Guardians Hall. It's impossible for you to be loyal to the Amethyst Mountain. Why would the Amethyst Mountain want you? I have my ways. Chu Li smiled. Co Shi smiled. All right, then go. Chu Li said, I really have a way to enter the Amethyst Mountain. Then go in. Co Shi said, You'll be able to get in touch with martial arts knowledge that you wouldn't be able to see in the outside world. If you learn these, you'll be able to go further in the future. Sister's elder has come out of isolation? Chu Li shook his head. That person is really unreliable. Co Shi scoffed. But it's also because you advanced too quickly. If it was someone else, breaking through to the Grandmaster's boundary wouldn't take more than 2 to 3 years. Chu Li said, If I enter the Amethyst Mountain, what will happen to you, my lady? Me? Co Shi scoffed. Do you think I can't live without you? I'll just live my life as I should. Chu Li shook his head. I'm really worried. Co Shi said. Don't you have the Sarira prayer beads? If there's any danger, I'll call you back. Moreover, you have divine powers. You can come back at any time. If I'm not here, Princeton will definitely be restless. Chu Li frowned. Co sure scoffed. If you're not here, maybe he won't have a knot in his heart. He won't do anything that goes too far. Chu Li shook his head. How could it be so simple? Princeton kept finding trouble with him. Although it was because of his inner demons, more importantly, it was because of benefits. He wanted to get rid of his relationship with the public house and get rid of the obstacles on his path to the throne. It was not just a matter of personal feelings. Co sure rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. All right, isn't he an isolated cultivation? If he's about to come out, you can just cripple him. Chu Li laughed and slowly nodded. This was the only way. The secret Guardian's Hall is very troublesome. Chu Li sighed. Information from the secret Guardian's Hall was very important. It was not important now, but it would be very useful in the future. Moreover, once a secret guardian, he would always be a secret guardian. It was impossible to leave. This is troublesome. Co sure nodded. She also understood the situation of the secret Guardian's Hall. It was impossible to quit. In his situation, the secret Guardian's Hall would never agree to it. Then forget it. Chu Li sighed. The secret Guardian's Hall was just an excuse. If it really did not work, he could fake his death. He had been struggling and hesitating. Logically speaking, he should have joined the Amethyst Mountain without hesitation and cultivated the Nature Restoration Manifestation to break Co Chi's inner state and regain her heart. However, he was struggling in his heart. He did not want to leave this place and go to the Amethyst Mountain. The root cause was Co sure. He was really worried about Co sure being alone. She did not know martial arts. As the daughter of the High Duke's public house, many martial arts masters wanted to assassinate her. Although Zhu Tianhua and the others were strong, they could not guarantee success. His Eclipse Purloin technique was getting harder and harder to perform. If she died, he could not perform the Eclipse Purloin technique. What should he do? Co sure said. If he really can join the Amethyst Mountain, he can't let it go. Chu Li smiled. Let me think about it. What's there to think about? Co sure said impatiently. If you want to become an enlightened master, you must enter the 4 major sections. Until now, other than the Emperor, there is no enlightened master who is not from the 4 major sects. Co sure continued. For thousands of years, there have been countless geniuses. It's not that there are none who are smarter than you. However, those who did not enter the 4 major sects, no matter how talented they are, did not become enlightened master. Do you want to walk the most difficult path instead of the easiest one? Chapter 675. P.S. 6 update complete. Co sure was annoyed. You don't listen to me anymore. Looks like you have to talk to my younger sister. Chu Li said, she doesn't want to see me now. What are you guys doing? Co sure asked. Chu Li shook his head. Let's talk about it in a few days. It's getting late. You should rest. Looks like you really can visit the Amethyst Mountain. I'm telling you, don't be stupid. If you don't grab the opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Chu Li nodded, waved his hand, and left the Tianshu courtyard. The next morning, Chu Li laid on his bed and did not want to get up. Lung Xiao and Lung Qing were already practicing their swordsmanship in the courtyard. The sound of the swords whistling could be heard. The 2 women were progressing very quickly. Their mastery of the first form of godly sword was getting better. He laid on the bed and looked at the algae well on the roof. His thoughts were wandering. Head Chief? Chief Zhu's voice came from outside the courtyard. Chu Li got up from his bed and said, Come in. Chief Zhu pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. He closed fists, saluted the 2 women, and came to Chu Li. Chu Li scoffed. How dare you come here? Chief Zhu said embarrassedly. Please forgive me, Head Chief. This time, it's Miss Yu Qing's invitation again. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and took it. Chief Zhu chuckled. His expression was a little strange. He showed a look of admiration. Head Chief, are you going to redeem Miss Yu Qing? Chu Li laughed. How dare you? Go do what you have to do. Haha. Then I wish Head Chief success. Chief Zhu chuckled and cupped his fists before leaving. Lung Xiao and Lung Qing glanced over. They obviously heard it. Chu Li said, "Don't be distracted when practicing your swordsmanship. Otherwise, your energy will not be pure. It's useless even if you practice." "Yes," Lung Xiao and Lung Qing replied. They rolled their eyes and continued practicing. A bright moon hung in the sky like an ice wheel that revolved slowly, and it emanated clear radiance that covered the ground. Chu Li came to the verdant cloud brothel and handed the invitation to the protector. The protector glanced at it and smiled. "Miss Yu Qing has told us to invite head chief Chu as soon as you come." "You're welcome." Chu Li nodded and slowly walked into the courtyard. Then he followed the path he took yesterday to the small courtyard. The maid welcomed him into the living room. Yu Qing was dressed in a jade green gown. Her face was snow white, and her eyes were as gentle as water. She was quietly reading a book. Hearing the footsteps, Yu Qing put down her book, stood up, and curtsied. "Head chief, sorry to disturb you." Chu Li smiled. "Not at all. I'm the one who should be flattered." Xue Qing said, "I've already conveyed the head chief's intentions to the sect. The sect welcomes the head chief." Chu Li smiled bitterly and closed fist saluted. "But I really can't split myself up. I can't enter Amethyst Mountain." "Head chief, please sit down and talk." Yu Qing personally brewed some tea, brought it to him, and sat down in front of him. The two of them sat on opposite ends of the low table, separated by 2 steps. She said softly, "Actually, there's a way to make an exception." Chu Li was surprised to see her. Yu Qing said, "Not all of our disciples are on the mountain. Many of them are at the foot of the mountain. However, the disciples on the mountain are usually able to cultivate in peace, while the disciples at the foot of the mountain are usually busy with mundane tasks. They're not focused enough on their cultivation, so their cultivation is slightly weaker." Chu Li nodded slowly. Yu Qing said, "Other than the 12 peaks, there are also the obvious and hidden sects. They are entangled with the 12 peaks." "I'm all ears." Chu Li leaned forward. He could feel the importance that Amethyst Mountain placed on him. They were indeed eager to accept him into the mountain. The main reason was that he could see through the Phantom Een skill, and he was the best candidate to cultivate the Phantom Een skill. His achievements would definitely surpass others. The obvious sect disciples walk the martial arts world with the identity of Amethyst Mountain disciples. As for the hidden sect disciples, they conceal their identity and hide in the world. They observe the mundane world and cultivate in secret. They only appear at the crucial moment and conceal their identity again. The hidden sect and the obvious sect. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. This was new to him. The obvious sect disciples are those who enter the dojo. They represent the face of Amethyst Mountain. As for the hidden sect disciples, they don't have to enter the dojo. Even if their cultivation is insufficient, they can leave the mountain and cultivate slowly, Yu Qing said. Chu Li said, "Miss Yu Qing, your cultivation is sufficient to leave the mountain." Yu Qing shook her head. "Not enough. I couldn't enter the dojo." Chu Li sighed. "Miss Yu Qing is a hidden sect disciple." "Yes, the hidden sect disciples make up the majority. There are only a few obvious sect disciples," Yu Qing said. "If you really can't give up everything here, you can become a hidden sect disciple first." Chu Li was deep in thought. This was a good idea. Amethyst Mountain was indeed extraordinary. In order to attract talents, they would do anything to attract talents. How could such a broad-minded sect not prosper? "How about it?" Yu Qing asked. "Do you want to join my sect?" Chu Li asked, "How do I cultivate?" "You can enter the mountain or not," Yu Qing said. "It's best to enter the mountain. But if you don't want to, you can impart your martial arts outside the mountain. There will be a specialized teacher coming." Chu Li nodded slowly. Footsteps could be heard from outside. The maid's voice was heard. "My lady, Senior Shun is here. Invite Senior Shun in," Yu Qing said hurriedly. She stood up and went out to welcome him. Soon, she brought in a handsome but dull middle-aged man. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if he could see through people. Chu Li looked at him. He vaguely felt that he looked familiar, but he had never seen him before. "This is Master's Junior Shun," Yu Qing said. Master's Junior Shin Su. Chu Li was stunned. He had a photographic memory. Once he heard the name and the identity of Amethyst Mountain, he immediately knew who he was. Shin Su was the person Xiao Qi wanted to ask. She wanted him to guide him into Amethyst Mountain. In the end, Shin Su was in isolated cultivation and delayed. Shin Su looked at Chu Li and asked, "How is young Qi? Your third ladies?" Chu Li asked. "Her uncle," Shin Su said. Chu Li nodded. No wonder he looked familiar. It was because he looked like Shun Inghu. "Then Senior Shun Inghu is—" "My second sister," Shin Su said. Chu Li quickly closed fist saluted. "Greetings, Senior Shun." Shin Su said, "No need for formalities. I just came out of isolated cultivation and found out about you. I came to guide you into Amethyst Mountain. But Chu Li said. Shin Su shook his head. "Before I went into isolated cultivation, I already reported to the sect leader. The sect leader has agreed to let you enter the sect. It's not too late for you to come now. It's all my fault. I didn't expect my isolated cultivation to be so long. It delayed your cultivation." Chu Li said, "I can't leave the fairy's capital. I need to cultivate in the imperial residence of King, and that's easy. I'll personally teach you martial arts. You want to learn the nature restoration manifestation, right?" Shin Su said. Chu Li nodded. Shin Su said, "What a coincidence. I'm a disciple of the nature peak." Chu Li looked at him doubtfully. "How could there be such a coincidence?" Shin Su said, "What's the use of learning the nature restoration manifestation? This martial art isn't powerful enough. It's not suitable for defeating enemies. I advise you to learn something else." Chu Li shook his head. Shin Su said, "Then I'll train first. I'll find a time to go back and learn other martial arts." Chapter 676. Shin Su smiled and nodded. "You and the Amethyst Mountain are connected by fate. After such a long delay, it's good that you didn't miss it." Yu Qing smiled sweetly. "Junior brother Chu, we're a family from now on. Congratulations." "What's senior sister Yu Qing's name?" Chu Li smiled. Yu Qing replied, "Emo Qingyu." "Why is senior sister Emo here?" Chu Li looked into the house. Emo Qingyu smiled. "Junior brother Chu, are you looking down on me?" Chu Li replied, "Not really. I just feel that it's too unfair to senior sister Emo. How can an Amethyst Mountain disciple stay in a place like this?" Emo Qingyu shook her head and smiled. Shin Su said, "Chu Li, now that you've entered the sect, you should know that the Amethyst Mountain has 12 peaks, and each peak has its own unique martial arts. There are all kinds of cultivation methods, and most of them cannot be cultivated on the mountain. This is the fundamental difference between the Amethyst Mountain and the other 3 sections." Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. Shin Su said, "Disciples of the ethereal peak have the ethereal heavenly heart. They need to be able to see through people's hearts and have a unique understanding of their evil and unpredictability. Only then can they understand the ethereal heavenly heart. The disciples of the ethereal peak are the best at hiding their cultivation level. Emo Qingyu's ethereal heavenly heart is only a small success, yet you can still sense something off about her. Her qualifications are indeed very suitable for the Amethyst Mountain." Chu Li smiled. "Senior sister Emo is not here just to cultivate, right?" Emo Qingyu pursed her lips and smiled. "Of course, I'm also here to accumulate merits to cultivate the martial arts of the other 11 peaks." Shin Su said, "You can cultivate the martial arts of all 12 peaks, but other than this peak, the heart techniques of the other 11 peaks require sufficient merits to cultivate." Chu Li pondered. "I'm a disciple of the nature peak now. If I want to cultivate the ethereal heavenly heart, I have to accumulate enough merits." This system was a great stimulus for the disciples. They could not bury their heads in cultivation. They had to contribute to the world. "Yes," Shin Su nodded. "But other than the Phantom Yin Peak, all disciples can cultivate the martial arts of the Phantom Yin Peak. It's almost the representative martial arts of the Amethyst Mountain. Everyone has to cultivate it. The martial arts of the Phantom Yin Peak are the strongest. The martial arts of the Phantom Yin Peak are the weakest among the 12 peaks, but they are also the easiest to master. Shinsu shook his head and sighed. The martial arts of the other 11 peaks have always been difficult to cultivate. Now that the spiritual qi has dispersed and the world has changed, it has become even more difficult. Fortunately, we have the Phantom In Peak. Mo Qingyu smiled and said, "Take my Misty Peak's Misty Heavenly Heart mantra, for example. If you don't have talent, you won't be able to master it, even if you practice hard for a lifetime. Once you've mastered it, the human heart will become the heavenly heart, and you won't be disturbed by the outside world. You'll be able to advance very quickly when you practice martial arts, and your brain will become more and more useful." Chuli asked, "How does senior sister Mo accumulate credit?" "Junior brother Chu, you're from the Secret Guardians Hall, of course you know." Mo Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at him. The customers of the Verdant Cloud brothel are either rich or of high status. The information they provide is hard to come by. This information is just scratching an itch through my boots. It's not that important. Chu Li shook his head. The truly important news would not be reported to the Verdant Cloud brothel. Instead, they would usually hide in the secret rooms at home. However, these could be found out by the Secret Guardians Hall. Therefore, the information that Mo Qingyu gathered was not that important. It was difficult to gain credit. Mo Qingyu smiled. "I'm also in charge of finding talented disciples to recommend to the sect. I'm also in charge of inspecting them. In short, I have many things to do, so I don't have to worry about having nothing to do." Chuli asked, "Does the sect have any goals?" Shinsu shook his head and sighed. "There's only one goal now, and that is to surpass the Tempest Temple." "Enlightened Master?" Chuli asked. "The sect wants to create an enlightened master?" "Yes." Shinsu nodded. "You're one of our hopes. You're able to suppress Fa Yuan, and you have unique qualifications. You're most suitable to cultivate the martial arts of the Phantom In Peak. If you train well, you might be able to defeat Fa Yuan in the future and take back your position as an enlightened master." Chuli shook his head and smiled. "You think too highly of me." Shinsu said, "As long as there's a sliver of hope, the sect will put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, why would they be so accommodating to you? I've been in the Verdant Cloud brothel for a few days and carefully investigated your information. I didn't expect you to come by yourself. If you didn't come, we would have taken the initiative to look for you in 2 days. It's obvious that you're fated with the Amethyst Mountain. You're born to be a disciple of the Amethyst Mountain. What a coincidence." Chuli smiled and nodded slowly. "I know how to use my heart. If it were not for Xiaoqi's firm state of mind, he would not have thought of cultivating the nature restoration manifestation, nor would he have taken the initiative to look for Mo Qingyu. Therefore, the wonders of the world really frightened him. He felt as if there was an invisible hand manipulating him. Heaven's will was unpredictable. The sect wanted to create an enlightened master, and he wanted to become one as well. Both of their goals were the same. Previously, he only wanted to learn the nature restoration manifestation, but now he had gained more recognition from the Amethyst Mountain. He turned his head and smiled. "Senior sister Mo, we're a family from now on. We have to help each other." Mo Qingyu pursed her lips and smiled. "I'll have to rely on you, junior brother Chu." Chuli shook his head. "Let's help each other." Shun Su said, "The Amethyst Mountain has 2 basic rules. The first is that disciples of the same sect are not allowed to kill each other and must help each other. The second is that the martial arts of the Amethyst Mountain are not allowed to be taught to outsiders. There are no other rules. Let your senior sister explain it to you in detail. I'll teach you the heart technique today." Chu Li said, "Senior Shun can just stay in the Imperial residence." Shun Su shook his head. "You're a disciple of the hidden sect. Don't let anyone discover your identity. I've stayed here for a while, and it's time for me to leave, lest something unexpected happens." Chuli did not say anything else and nodded. Mo Qingyu said, "Masters Junior Shun, Junior Brother Chu, let's go to the quiet room at the back." She personally led the 2 of them out of the living room and into a room at the back of the courtyard. Then she left. It was a very narrow room. Apart from a bed, there was nothing else in the room. It was clean and tidy. There's no need for an induction ceremony. You just have to swear to abide by the rules of the Amethyst Mountain, Sun Tzu said. Chu Li obeyed and swore an oath, then looked at him seriously. Sun Tzu's expression was serious. He said, "The nature restoration manifestation is different from normal martial arts. It's actually a technique of deduction." Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Sun Tzu continued, "This technique is difficult to learn, and the difference in power is like heaven and earth. Some people, after mastering it, have shocking power. They can see through opportunities and are invincible. Some people, after mastering it, can barely avoid danger." Chu Li was even more curious. What kind of mystical technique was this? Everything comes from one element, and everything returns to one element. Everything comes from the heart. Every word and action, every movement and every stillness are all driven by the heart. They're all the things in the heart. Sun Tzu's expression was serious. Chu Li frowned. Could it be the Buddhist mind reading? If that was the case, there was no need for him to learn this. His omniscient mirror had this ability, which could point directly to the heart. Chapter 677. Chu Li nodded slowly. The nature, restoration, manifestation can't be like the eye of insight, can it? Yes. Sun Tzu nodded. You can't see other people's thoughts, but you can feel them. It's a mysterious feeling. You'll know after cultivating it. The nature restoration manifestation is only average for me, but it might work for you. You're much smarter than me. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Senior Shun, you're too humble. You should call me master. Sun Tzu shook his head. I never lie. I'm as honest as I can be. Listen to the incantation. He recited a part of the incantation. Chu Li listened carefully. Sun Tzu asked him to repeat it, and Chu Li repeated it word for word. Sun Tzu nodded. If you can't memorize it after 3 times, you're not suitable to cultivate this technique. Remember it in one go. It's indeed suitable for this technique, and it'll be very powerful. I'll explain it to you in detail. Chu Li nodded and listened attentively. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Chu Li had no more questions, and all that was left was to cultivate. Sun Tzu took out a sparkling white statue from his bosom. It was the size of a palm, and it was lifelike. It was a statue of a Taoist in a feather robe. His handsome face had a smile on it, and his steps were light and graceful. This is the legacy item of our nature peak, Sun Tzu said. Without this, you can't cultivate even if you get the heart technique. He passed it to Chu Li. Hold it and start cultivating. See if you can get started. Chu Li took it. It was warm to the touch, but there was a hint of heat. It was like jade, but not jade. The material was strange. He knew it was not jade the moment he touched it. It was so hard that swords could not leave a mark on it. Touching the white statue, he closed his eyes and started cultivating the heart technique. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed along a strange path. It was a path that he had never thought of before. As he was cultivating, a burning force entered his body from his palm, merging with the flowing spiritual energy. After one circulation, his mind lit up. Suddenly, a space appeared in front of him. It looked like the small house he was in. As the manifestation of nature restoration continued to circulate, waves of scorching aura seeped into his body. The small house first appeared in his mind, then himself, and then Sun Tzu. The Sun Tzu in Chu Li's mind was staring at him. His brows were slightly furrowed, his eyes were clear, his lips were slightly pursed, his shoulders were slumped, his hands were clenched into fists, and the muscles on his back were tense. He looked at him eagerly, as if he was about to speak at any moment. Chu Li could not see what was going on in Sun Tzu's mind, but he could feel that he was very nervous. Sun Tzu wanted nothing more than to help, and he was ready to explain the incantation at any time to help. This was indeed a mysterious feeling, as if everything was under his control. He was very clear about what Sun Tzu was going to do next. How is it? Sun Tzu saw him open his eyes and quickly asked. Chu Li smiled and said, I've seen you and me in my mind. Does that mean I've mastered it? He is indeed a genius. Sun Tzu nodded his head and said, Yes, I've mastered it. Next, I'll have to improve bit by bit. When I reach the deepest level, I'll be able to see further see more, and see deeper. Chu Li nodded. Thank you, Senior Shun. Now I can be considered to be your master. Shun Su said, your previous master taught you Dharma. I taught you martial arts. We have nothing to do with each other. Yes, thank you, master. Chu Li shook his head and smiled as he closed fist saluted. He was not used to it. His master was Master Sky Leaf from the Temple of Autumn. He had gone back a few times, and now that he was still alive, it was time for him to go back and visit. Sigh. Shun Su shook his head and sighed. It's not that I want to force you to call me master. It's just that I have no other choice. Now, only you and I are left in the peak of nature. Chu Li was stunned. Shun Su shook his head and sighed. The martial arts of the peak of nature is difficult to master, and its power is average, so there are very few disciples. Other than the disciples from other peaks, you're the only official disciple. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Is it that difficult? It requires too much talent. Shun Su shook his head and said, if I hadn't eaten a miraculous fruit when I was young, I wouldn't have been able to master it. Chu Li looked at him curiously. Shun Su said, back then, eldest sister obtained an ancient ruin, and this miraculous fruit was left there. There were two of them. I ate one and gave the other to young Qi. Chu Li nodded slowly. He guessed that this miraculous fruit was used to strengthen the soul. However, although Shun Su's soul was strong, far stronger than ordinary people, it could not stop his omniscient mirror. It was far from Shao Qi's. It might have something to do with the technique he cultivated. Shun Su said, fortunately, there's you. The peak of nature is not destroyed. After I die, you'll be the peak leader, and the most important thing will be the same as me, to find a successor and pass down the nature restoration manifestation. Chu Li smiled. It's still too early for that. Shun Su said, that's true. Those who can cultivate the nature restoration manifestation have a long life. It's fine to live up to 300 years. All right, it's not suitable for you to stay for too long. Go back. Master, you're leaving? Chu Li asked. He was not used to the word master, so it was a little stiff. Shun Su nodded and said, I'll leave immediately too. If you have time, come back to the mountain to take a look. Yes, Chu Li closed fist saluted. When he returned to Tianshu courtyard, it was already late at night. Xiao Shi was still awake, pacing in the courtyard, obviously waiting for him. Seeing him return, Xiao Shi said unhappily, you're finally back. Chu Li smiled. From today onwards, I'm a disciple of the Amethyst Mountain. Xiao Shi looked at him in surprise. Chu Li told her what happened, and Xiao Shi was shocked. You're a disciple of the Amethyst Mountain now? Xiao Shi said in disbelief. That's too fast and too easy. She knew how difficult it was to enter the 4 major sections. Many geniuses wanted to enter, but were rejected. Before they could enter, they had to go through countless tests and at least 3 years of observation before they could finally step into the sect. Chu Li, on the other hand, entered without a word. Moreover, he had too many disadvantages, so why would the Amethyst Mountain agree? Chu Li smiled and said, because my qualifications are good enough and they're thirsty for talent, so we hit it off. The most important thing is that the third lady's uncle is now my master. Uncle? Xiao Shi was surprised. Chu Li looked at her expression and did not know Shun Su's identity. Xiao Shi shook her head. Sister's mother's identity is sensitive. Father had given a strict order not to talk about it, so I really don't know what siblings she has. I didn't expect her uncle to be a disciple of the Amethyst Mountain. Chu Li said, why didn't the third lady enter the Amethyst Mountain? It must have something to do with the sword scripture that she cultivated. Xiao Shi said. Chu Li nodded. The regal sword scripture was powerful enough, so there might be more to it. He would ask when he had the chance. You want to go to the Amethyst Mountain? Not now. I'll go when I have time in the future. Then what's the difference between you and not entering the Amethyst Mountain? There's no difference. Chu Li smiled. I don't have to go anywhere. Xiao Shi secretly sighed in relief. She said it nicely, asking Chu Li to enter the Amethyst Mountain and not care about her. But she was feeling melancholy. If he really left, she could not stay in the imperial residence of King any longer. It would feel like a year. Now that he was not leaving, staying in the imperial residence of King and was quite comfortable, even though he was busy all day and only came back at night. Chu Li said, I can finally have some peace and quiet. I want to focus on my cultivation in the imperial residence and not care about worldly affairs. Chapter 678. The next morning, the air in the courtyard was exceptionally fresh. One breath would make one feel light. Chu Li was cultivating the crouching bull punch in the courtyard, while Lung Qiu and Lung Qiu were practicing their swordsmanship. Footsteps could be heard from outside. Qin Jin's voice was heard. Centurion? Chu Li asked, what is it? Qin Jin said, something big happened in town. Chu Li stopped his fist technique and left the courtyard. He saw Qin Jin and the other three standing outside the courtyard. Centurion, the fifth prince of Prince Kong, was murdered. Qin Jin said softly. The magistrate is looking for the murderer. Chu Li frowned. The fifth prince? Prince Kong has 6 princes, right? Yes. Qin Jin said, the fifth and sixth prince of Prince Kong don't do anything. They only eat, drink, and play. The other 4 princes are very capable. Prince Jiang was assassinated last night. He doesn't have any official position, right? Chu Li frowned. Qin Jin nodded. He doesn't have any official position. He just eats, drinks, and plays. Is there any progress? Chu Li asked. Qin Jin shook his head. There is no progress at all. The magistrate is so worried that he can't sleep. Prince Kong and the Emperor are keeping an eye on it. This case will probably end up with the secret Guardians Hall. Let's go. Chu Li walked out. When they arrived at the Mei Air courtyard, Dong Qifei, Yang Zongwen, and the others were at the martial arts field. When they saw him enter, they came over to greet him. Chu Li waved his hand and said, Go about your business. Yang Zongwen, come over. Yang Zongwen responded. Dong Qifei, Qin Jin, and the others returned to the martial arts field. Yang Zongwen followed Chu Li to the main hall and reported, Centurion, is it about the 5th prince of Prince Kong? What happened? Chu Li sat on the armchair. Yang Zongwen shook his head. It was a very precise and clean assassination. It was a fatal blow. The weapon used was a long and narrow treasure sword. It's an unusual weapon. It's not in the martial arts world, so we couldn't find any clues. Moreover, the assassination happened in the middle of the night. There were no pedestrians on the street. Prince Jiang and his followers were killed. Even their horses were killed. Chu Li said, judging by this technique, who do you think you are? Yang Zongwen thought about it and shook his head. I really can't think of anything. The case is still in the hands of the prefectural magistrate, but according to our calculations, it will be transferred to our residence sooner or later. Our Mei Air courtyard has the Centurion and the 3 Ning brothers, so we have long had the hope of snatching this case. Chu Li smiled. Yang Zongwen said, the Centurion hasn't been here for a while, so there's a lot of gossip in the residence. If we don't perform a meritorious deed and suppress them, everyone's days will be difficult. Oh. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Yang Zongwen looked around and said in a low voice, the second-in-command has already recovered. He came over yesterday and was very picky about everyone, so we could only invite the Centurion over. Chu Li scoffed. Why should I listen to him? After all, he is the deputy head. If we don't listen, he can punish us. Yang Zongwen said helplessly, the manor is governed by military law. Chu Li scoffed. Where's he now? He went out for a stroll. He has a lot of connections, Yang Zongwen said. He doesn't want to stay here either. Everyone doesn't give him any face. Chu Li nodded slowly. Help me investigate Miss Yu Qing from the Verdant Cloud brothel. Don't let anyone know. Investigate in secret. Miss Yu Qing? Yang Zongwen quickly nodded. Yes, I will do it immediately. Chu Li said, all right, let's not get involved in this assassination case. Yang Zongwen was confused. Chu Li shook his head. This case is too complicated. It's better not to get involved. But Imperial Crown Prince Jiang doesn't seem to be a big shot. Yang Zongwen was even more confused. I don't think he has any powerful enemies. It should be a personal dispute, right? Maybe it's a dispute within the royal family. The magistrate is afraid of it, but the secret guardian's hall is the least afraid of it. Chu Li shook his head. Don't get involved. If others want to snatch it, let them. Yes. Yang Zongwen nodded helplessly. Just as Yang Zongwen retreated, he saw Ma Kuan swagger into the Mayer courtyard. He raised his voice and said, "Where is everyone? Where the hell did they go?" The people in the martial arts field looked at each other helplessly and came over to greet him. Chu Li usually did not pay attention to this. Sometimes, he would let them come over to greet him. Most of the time, he would just wave his hand after entering, indicating for them to continue with their own cultivation. However, according to the rules, they had to come over to greet him. Although Ma Kuan's attitude was bad and arrogant, he was in the right. They had no choice but to obey. Chu Li's voice suddenly came from the house. He said coldly, "Second in command, Ma, is so impressive." When Ma Kuan heard this voice, his expression changed slightly. Chu Li scoffed. "Come in. What are you waiting for?" Ma Kuan glared at Qin Jin and the others and strode into the living room. Chu Li sat on the armchair and sized Ma Kuan up. When Ma Kuan came in, he closed fist saluted. "Centurion." Chu Li looked at him. "Have you recovered from your injury?" Ma Kuan's expression was gloomy, but he slowly nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Centurion. I have recovered." Chu Li said, "I think you've recovered from your injury and forgot about the pain. You want to do it again, am I right?" Ma Kuan's face was cold, and he did not say a word. Chu Li said in a low voice, "Why are you showing off in front of them? If you're so capable, then show off in front of me." Ma Kuan's face was gloomy, and he did not speak. He scoffed himself. "If I have a higher position than you, I'll make you wish you were dead every day." Chu Li said, "How about this? I see that you're bored out of your mind. Help me look into something. Please instruct me, Centurion." Ma Kuan closed fist saluted helplessly. Chu Li scoffed. "Last time, the cloud-slashing treasure manual caused the destruction of a few second-rate sections. I suspect that there's a mastermind behind this. It could also be the G Public House, or it could be the G Public House working together with someone else. It could even not be the G Public House. Investigate this thoroughly." "Yes." Ma Kuan nodded happily. He knew that if he hesitated, what awaited him would be another round of beatings. The wisest thing to do was to be honest and agree without hesitation. Chu Li said, "There's no one in the courtyard to help you. Think of a way yourself." "I'm afraid I can't do it alone," Ma Kuan said hurriedly. Chu Li looked at him. "You have a lot of connections. What can't you do with such a small matter?" "It's decided. I'll give you a month to investigate." "Yes," Ma Kuan said in a low voice. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Chu Li was already being lenient. He only sent him out and did not want to see him. If it was a more difficult task, Ma Kuan would not be able to handle it. If he did not know what was good for him, it would be another more tiring and difficult task. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, you can leave today." "Yes." Ma Kuan closed fist saluted and turned to leave the main hall. Dong Qifei and the others saw Ma Kuan walk out with a cold face and left straight away. They let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that the Centurion had taught him a lesson again. They would have good days ahead of them. Chu Li also left the secret guardian's hall and returned to the imperial residence. He concentrated on cultivating the nature restoration manifestation. The more he cultivated, the clearer his mind became. His reaction became faster, and his thoughts became more agile. He was stronger than before. He knew 10 things just by hearing one. He knew the wind just by seeing the leaves move. This strange feeling made him feel indescribably comfortable. Everything was under his control, and he could do it with ease. He truly had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. 10 days passed unknowingly. The progress of a nature restoration manifestation was extremely fast. He had already passed the first level and reached the second level. He could see more clearly, and the range was larger. Chapter 679. Chu Li vaguely felt that when he cultivated the nature restoration manifestation to its peak, he could foresee. The existence of the omniscient mirror made it easy for him to cultivate the nature restoration manifestation. The first step of observation was the most difficult to cultivate. An ordinary person's eyes and spirit were limited, so it was impossible for them to see the other party's every move. The less they could see, the more inaccurate their deduction would be. The omniscient mirror reflected everything in front of him, clear and flawless. This way, the deduction would be more accurate. He gradually entered a good state and ignored the mundane matters, completely immersing himself in his own cultivation. However, his cultivation was interrupted by an invitation. It was an invitation from the Verdant Cloud brothel, but it was not from M.O. Qingyu. It was from Miss Ji Xueqing. He sat in the living room and looked at the invitation, thinking about Yang Zongwen, who came to report about Miss Yu Qing yesterday. After the investigation by the Secret Guardians Hall, they did not find anything strange about Miss Yu Qing. One of the top courtesans of the Verdant Cloud brothel, she did not know martial arts, was pure and arrogant, and refused to meet vulgar people. She only met some regular customers, and it was almost impossible for strangers to meet her. Through investigation, the Secret Guardians Hall found all of Miss Yu Qing's customers, and his name was on a list. Chu Li looked at the list and found that M.O. Qingyu had done it flawlessly without any flaws. It seemed that senior sister M.O. could not be underestimated. She was shrewd and powerful, and it was not easy to hide from the Secret Guardians Hall. The reputation of the Amethyst Mountain was not just for show. Her ethereal heavenly heart technique might be a technique to stabilize one's state of mind. She could always maintain a state of mind and not be disturbed by emotions, so she could always remain calm and intelligent. She would not make mistakes, and when she fought, her emotions would not be affected, and her judgment would not be affected. He had never seen Miss Ji Xueqing before, so how could she give him an invitation? It was a great honor for a lady from the Verdant Cloud brothel to send an invitation. There was almost no one who did not go, or else he would not be able to maintain his elegant demeanor. No man would let go of such an opportunity. Chu Li shook his head and laughed, but he did not plan to attend the banquet. Chief Zhu's voice came from outside. "Head Chief, there's another invitation." Chu Li said, "Send it in." Chief Zhu opened the door and closed fist saluted at Lung Qiu and Lung Qing, who were practicing swordsmanship. Chu Li glanced at it and nodded thoughtfully. That was right. Chief Zhu said, "It's best not to reject Crown Prince Shi's invitation. If we want to redeem Miss Yu Qing, we can't offend Crown Prince Shi. Crown Prince Shi has deep connections in Luoyang. We can't afford to be careless." Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Chief Zhu said, "Head Chief, think about it. There are so many high-ranking officials and nobles who want to spend their time at Verdant Cloud brothel, but there are only so many ladies at Verdant Cloud brothel. It's not enough at all. It depends on each person's reputation, and Imperial Crown Prince Shi's accommodation is a favor." Chu Li nodded and smiled. "Old, you've improved a lot." Chief Zhu smiled embarrassedly and said, "I was just thinking blindly. I know you can think of this. That's not necessarily true. Even a wise man would make a mistake sometimes. Moreover, I'm not a wise man." "You're right. I really have to attend the banquet tonight," Chu Li said. Chief Zhu hurriedly said, "Then should we prepare guards and attire?" "There's no need for that. I'll go by myself." Chu Li shook his head. "Yes." Chief Zhu agreed and tactfully excused himself. Chu Li held the two invitations and chuckled. Imperial Crown Prince Shi was also a powerful person. He wanted to open the New Moon brothel in the fairies' capital because of this. There were many smart people in the world, and Imperial Crown Prince Shi was one of them. Verdant Cloud brothel was owned by Prince Bao in name, but Imperial Crown Prince Shi was probably the real owner behind the scenes. Chu Li handed over the invitations. Before the protector could go in to report, Lung Xiaoxi and Lung Shoshan came out of the main door and greeted him with a closed fist salute. Chu Li was surprised. He returned the greeting with a closed fist salute. "Head Chief Chu, let's talk in the courtyard." "Please." Lung Xiaoxi spoke calmly and coldly. Even when he was being polite, he gave off a sense of arrogance. Chu Li smiled and nodded. He entered Ji Shui courtyard with the two of them. Miss Ji Shui courtyard was a pure and bright beauty. She was only slightly inferior to Xiao Shi, but she was already a rare beauty in the world. Mo Qingyu was pure and beautiful. She had a gentle temperament and a mysterious aura around her. Jishui courtyard was even brighter, making people feel closer to her. The four of them were sitting at a square table. Jishui Su held a pot in her hand and filled the white jade cups for the three of them. She also filled a cup for herself. Lung Shoshan laughed. "Come, head chief Chu. I've heard so much about you. I'll drink first to show my respect." He drained his cup in one gulp. Chu Li smiled and drained his cup as well. He did not need to look into Lung Shoshan's mind to know what was going on. It was none other than Lung Shoujiang's death. Yang Zongwen had reported to him. As expected, the magistrate could not solve the case and could only hand it over to the secret guardian's hall. "Head Chief Chu likes Miss Xueqing?" Lung Shoshan smiled. Chu Li shook his head. "I'm just trying to relieve my boredom. I don't have any other intentions." "You don't want to redeem Miss Xueqing?" Lung Shoshan chuckled. "From what I know, Head Chief Chu has already redeemed the two ladies for someone else. Ninth Brother's heart is aching for them." He looked at Ling Shaoxi as he spoke. Lung Shaoxi said, "Every single one of the girls was carefully selected and trained. We spent a lot of effort to ensure that their temperament and nature would not be tainted by the world, so that they would remain pure and kind. I feel reluctant to let go of every single one of them. Ninth Brother protected these ladies very well. He took great care of them. He was worried that they would marry the wrong people." Lung Shoshan shook his head. "These ladies have good eyes. They can pick good men." Chu Li smiled. "Those two friends of mine are worthy of being entrusted with their lives. Zhu Tianhua is fine. As for Han Fei..." Lung Shaoxi shook his head. Chu Li smiled. "Han Fei is passionate, but he won't abandon you. Don't worry, Imperial Crown Prince sure." "I hope so." Lung Shaoxi nodded. "Sigh." Lung Shoshan suddenly sighed and put down his white jade cup. Chu Li said to himself, "Here it comes." He smiled at him. Lung Shoshan shook his head. "These days, my father doesn't smile anymore. The atmosphere in the house is very depressing. I don't even want to go back. How can I not be sad when I have to send off my son?" Chu Li said, "My condolences, Your Royal Highness. I'll visit again another day. My father only has one thought in his mind now, and that is to avenge my fifth brother." Lung Shoshan sighed. Knowing that the secret guardian's hall has accepted the case, Father sighed in relief. "That's because Father has always admired you, Head Chief Chu. He said that you were extremely intelligent, and with your help, you will definitely find the murderer for fifth brother." Chu Li said, "Prince Bao, you flatter me. I'm really ashamed. The case was accepted by the secret guardian's hall, but it wasn't handed over to me. My father doesn't trust anyone else." Lung Shoshan sighed. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.